and shame the devil. I love being black. All right, people. All right. Truly, this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And I always acknowledge God, always. Even when you don't hear me say it, I'm so glad you guys are tuning in tonight with me tonight. We're going to have a very emotional show. It's going to trigger some. It's going to take us back into memory lane. There are going to be some that pretend like they don't know what I'm talking about. That's okay too. There are some that's going to say, well, Martin, it's a matter of choice. Our choices, our decisions. We heard that a lot. But I'm going to talk tonight about the crack baby era. That's what I'm going to talk about. Now, some of you that are listening are probably too young to understand about the crack baby era. You've been told about it, you probably read about it, and those of you that was born in the 80s and in the 90s, most of you guys was victims of crack babies. It was out of your way. You didn't have no decision whether you was born with the drugs in your system. And it's a crime shame that the black community have never fully recovered after the crack epidemic. And I always say that for somebody to put crack in the community and know what it would do to a community is the devil himself. Somebody said, well, Martin, I made a lot of money selling crack. Yeah, you did. Also, you destroyed a lot of lives selling crack. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. In the crack epidemic area, in the early 80s and the 90s, it's real serious. Now, if you 50 and older, maybe 45, but I'll give you 50 and older, born like maybe 79 or something, you kind of almost kind of know what was going on a little bit. Now, I'm not talking to you bougie folks that you claim that you no family member ever been on drugs or you don't know anyone that was on drugs and or using. And some people started off, they call marijuana, Mary Jane, the gateway drug. And a lot of us familiar with marijuana back in the day. Back in my day, there was a yellow, like little, I would say an envelope in a sense. And they would put the marijuana in that. Some of you don't know about it. And back in my day, they would take a one-shot glass full of marijuana, Mary Jane, and put it in the yellow envelope, small yellow envelope. Some of you know what I'm talking about. Some of you know what I'm talking about when they had the syrup. The syrup, you would drink it. In this day and time, they call it the lean. It was a syrup. And syrup was, and still is, a downer. Our young folks call it lean. Lean. My father always taught me to say, he was old school from the South. He said the name changes, but the face stay the same. So I want to tell people that are living in this era, the name changes, but the face stay the same. What you call Wiki Stick or Leaf, we call it Happy Stick. Real talk. And this is a real conversation that we must have. And if you sold drugs back in the 80s and the 90s, even the 2000s, you are part of the problem, or you was part of the problem. You said, well, Martin, there was nothing else for me to do but get that money. But what you don't know, when the babies are born in this world with cocaine in their system, it does something to the baby. You said, well, Martin, they're going to get it from somewhere, so I might as well get that money off of them. And I understand that terminology. Some of us can remember when Karachi was on the scene. Then after Karachi left the scene, which was a synthetic downer drug, it was the China White was on the scene. And see, what we don't talk about, I wish I had the numbers in front of me, about how many people OD on drugs. Now, young people, you guys are ODing off fentanyl. Older ones too. Your pills are laced with fentanyl. And you are confused on a lot of things. You started with weed, loud, talking to the young folks now. Now your body is craving for it. You said, there you go again, Martin. That weed is legal now. It's legal. It's legal. There you go. Now you find yourself as a young adult sleeping with men that you really don't like, just to smoke. You justifying in your mind that I was high and I was drunk. Here's a man acting out his dirty desires on your body, on your one body that God gave you, your one temple that God gave you. And I'm going to do a little reflection tonight, and I hope you guys can help me out tonight when I open up the phone lines, and I will, but I want to talk a little bit. I want to kind of address the audience tonight, the listening audience. Now, back in the 80s, you had the crack epidemic. Everybody had crack on every corner. You were selling the 25s, or you were selling the 50s. You were selling the 16th. You were selling the 8 balls. You were selling the quarter ounce, half ounce, ounce. You was definitely selling it. And it's real, people. I want you guys to come in tonight, and those of you that's 40 and under or 30 and under, I lived through this. I was there. I participated in the crack epidemic era. You said, well, Martin, I didn't think you would do something like that or be involved in that. Yes, I was. And I asked God to forgive me. And that's why I work so hard to repair the community because I've done a lot of damage and it's nothing to be proud of. Somebody said, well, Martin, when I was out there, I had this car, I had jewelry, I had clothes, and I had women, and I did my thing. But let me educate you a little bit. Tell them about when you start using. You don't want to glorify that, do you? Tell them about when you fell off like a bad bag of dope. Tell them about when you ran off with a man package and you didn't pay him and he was looking for you, some weight. Tell them about you got caught with a firearm and some cocaine together and you caught a class X felony and they gave you boot camp. Tell them about when you were selling your own father crack, your own mama crack, your own sister. Tell them about that. Tell them how your sister was going around the neighborhood giving everybody oral. You don't want to talk about that. Tell them about your rappy stuck up the corner store and shot and killed somebody for a little money, a little under $100 just to get high. And I'm not bragging on no type of drug tonight, but I don't believe in my heart that marijuana, and I've never been a smoker, made you stick up the grocery store. It made you rob your mother. It made you do a drive-by shooting. I don't believe in my heart no marijuana did that or entice you to do that. Oh, I got to tell the truth. Now, the marijuana that I'm talking about is not the loud. Back in our day, we called it skunk. That's what we call it. Skunk stinks. And remember, the name changes, but the face stay the same. Can I get a witness? My old pastor say, if you can't say amen, just say I'm the man. Listen, people, it was a terrible, dark space for Black people back in the 80s and in the 90s. Now, you got to ask yourself a question tonight. Where are the crack babies? What are they doing now? Because a lot of our babies was put into the system. They was into foster care. They was into DCFS. Our crack babies was getting molested. Then they became the ward of the state. And when they became 18, they was kicked out of a program called the ward of the state. You said, well, Martin, I didn't want my daughter to know this. I wish you stopped talking about it, but I'm going to listen though. How about it made the mailman didn't want to deliver mail? We talking about crack now, crack cocaine. How about it made the preacher didn't want to preach anymore? How about it made the mother didn't want to parent her child anymore? It made the father didn't want to parent. And this is real. Whatever happened to the crack babies? Now, I'm not having this live tonight so you can get on here and say how much cocaine you smoke. I'm not interested in how much cocaine you smoke or even bought. I'm interested in healing tonight. I'm interested in you confessing to say that you got it wrong. You was wrong. A lot of people during the crack epidemic They lost their teeth. They lost weight. They became prostitutes. They became male prostitutes. They engage in sexual behavior with both males and females. Oh, yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Some people have lost their homes due to crack. Some people have dropped out of school due to crack. Some folks say, well, Martin, I've never smoked crack. I put it on my cigarette. And back in my day, we called that the 3750. Now, I don't know what they call it now. They might, and we call it Premorn. Now, some folks ain't never put their mouth on a pipe. They lace their marijuana. They lace their cigarette with it. And I've been told, I don't know, they said once you get a whiff of that pipe, you'll be chasing that first high. That first high is going to take you somewhere you really don't want to go. I remember back in the day, we called them hypes. This day and time, y'all call them clucks. We called them geekers in Minnesota. And they would come out at nighttime. And especially the females, they would come and have their hats on and pulled over their head so you couldn't see their face. They was tricking off. The men was too. Definitely. Some men laid with men and know they wasn't gay because of that drug had took over their bodies. It have taken over their minds. Real talk. But I would want to focus tonight on the crack babies and their children. See, the crack babies, a lot of them was put in foster care, and I said that earlier. They became ward of the state. A lot of them got misused and molested. A lot of them got moved to the house, different houses and all that. Couldn't trust nobody. A lot of them grew up with anger and bitterness. And what you're witnessing today, their children. You got some crack babies, they 35 years old. I think some may even be 40. Anything in the 87, especially 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, anytime in the 90s. See, a lot of you that's listening to me tonight, your mama ain't going to tell you that you was born with drugs in your body. See, you was too little to understand, but you knew your body as an adult, as a teenager, but your body started going through some changes. Oh, yes, some change. And you can't understand why your mood swings is your chemical imbalance is off. You're angry at everything. You're upset. You're mad. You're emotional. You feel like you can't trust anyone. And the saddest thing, and Lord, forgive me what I'm about to say, but I got to tell the truth and shame the devil. A lot of our crack babies, when they grew up in their teenage years, they saw their mama giving oral. I remember when a young lady told me she witnessed her mother giving oral in the garage. Real talk. Now, I'm not on here just bashing the females. Real talk. But one thing that I learned about crack, I don't care if you're white, you're black, Puerto Rican, Hispanic. If you have an addiction, all of y'all be sitting in the same house getting high together. Even though you don't like each other across racial lines, but that crack, if it's for some reason, it unites us in a terrible way. And I remember my buddy, he's dead, God bless his soul. He said, dope give you game. And a lot of us, we won't admit we have family members or a friend that OD'd off some of these drugs. I'm telling you. I'm from that crack era where when people was getting high, they was crawling on the floor, picking up stuff they thought it was a rock. Here's one right here. Here's one right here. Real talk. I'm from that era. I'm from that era. That's right, Peggy Gay. We called it the trap house. And a lot of times, as young dealers, as teenagers, we will give the owner of the house or the apartment or whoever a couple of bags to bag up our drugs and cook it up. Real talk. Sometimes we'll sit right there and sell as they have company coming over, partying, having a good time. And one thing I learned from observation, that every crack user always say, "Oh, my kids are grown, or I paid all my bills, and I'm just enjoying this and all that." So you saying, Martin, I was born in the 80s, and my sister was born in the 90s, and we wasn't no crack baby. You don't know what she was. You don't know what your mama was doing. By the time you got up age accountability, they can figure it out. She had been in the rehab, recovering from her addiction. Oh, you don't like this type of talk. But see, what you don't know, crack will take your will from you. It will make you lie. It will make you steal. Yes, it will. Yes, it will. Who remember that poem, My Name is Cocaine? And I'm going to read that because, see, they made this back in our day. I'm going to put it up on the screen right here. My name is Cocaine. Listen, young folks, you're going to learn something tonight. I'm going to put you up on some game tonight. My name is Cocaine. Call me Coke for short. I entered this country without a passport. Ever since then, I've made lots of scum rich. A lot of scum rich. Some have been murdered and found in a ditch. I'm more valuable than diamonds and more treasured than gold. Use me just once, and you too will be told. I'll make a schoolboy forget his books. I'll make a beauty queen forget her looks. I'll take a renowned speaker and make him a bore. I'll take your mother and make her a whore. I'll make a school teacher forget how to teach. I'll make a preacher not want to preach. I'll take all your rent money and you'll be evicted. I'll murder your babies or they'll be born addicted. I'll make you, what it said, let me get it right. I'll make you rob and steal and kill. When you're under my power, you have no will. Remember, my friend, my name is Big C. If you try me once, if you try me one time, you may never be free. I'll destroy actors and politicians and many a hero. I've decreased bank accounts from millions to zero. I'll make shooting and stabbings a common affair. Once I take charge, you won't have a prayer. That's deep. I'm going to put it on the screen. And this is real. Now, your mother is not going to tell you that you was born with drugs in your system. She's not going to tell you that. Some of you don't know who your real biological father is because of the crack. Your parent, your mother or your father, or who you thought your father was on crack. I'm telling you, people, I've seen people on their knees looking on the ground for a crack rock. I've seen people that put perfume and light it and scrape the residue up and put it in the pipe and smoke it. The first time I witnessed somebody smoking cocaine was back in 1979 on 6th and Cottage Grove. And every one of those guys which one was my brother, that I seen smoking that pipe, they went on in life up and down habits, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Now, I'm telling you this not to glorify crack or any type of addiction, but I got to tell the truth and shame the devil. Our babies, our crack babies, where are they? Are they long lost, forgotten? Now, they didn't went on and had babies now. Some of them got some babies that's 18 and 19 right now, 15. And those are the babies that's running wild downtown. You don't hear me, do you? I'm telling the truth and shame the devil. Your mama ain't going to tell you she was on drugs. Your mama ain't going to tell you that she was out there giving fellatio. Your mama ain't going to tell you that she was screwing the neighbor's husband. Your father ain't going to tell you that he was sleeping with another man for some drugs. He's not going to tell you that. Your dad ain't going to tell you he was pre-mowing. And when he disappeared for a week at a time, he was gone. He was in the trap house, what you call a dope house. I'm telling the truth on somebody tonight. Now, let me talk to the dealers now. Now, I just got you talking about the users. I talked about the crack babies. Let's talk about the dealers. The ones that was walking around in the 90s and the 80s with these pellet jackets, with these Briars hats on, with all this gold and high top haircut, driving these Bentleys, Mercedes Benz with the AMG kits. Got sounds, smiling. Listen, my dealer friend, you helped destroy the Black community. You made the Black community worse than what it was already. You need to repent and ask God to forgive you and turn from your wicked way. Some of you guys that have been locked up since the 80s and the 90s are still in penitentiary because you got caught with kilos of drugs. Some of you made a lot of money, but at the same time you made a lot of money, you have made enemies. Some of you that sold have been kidnapped. Some of you that sold have lost their life. They're in the cemetery. Lost their life. Your best friend got jealous of you and came to rob and shoot and kill you, unalive you. Oh, y'all know I'm telling the truth. Those that over 50, we all know some stories like that. We know some big time high rollers, drug dealers that got killed. Oh, we know it. We know some. We know some women that's all the type of men they dealt with was drug dealers. They love drug dealers to get their free money. And back in our day, the drug dealers had plenty of ladies because they had plenty of money. Women was willing to deal as long as they can get some of that money. They didn't care if they had a husband or a woman on the side. They knew. Wasn't no secret. Wasn't no secret. I wonder how many users got an abortion. I wonder how many men that was out there screwing unprotected. And simultaneously, when we was in the crack era, the AIDS epidemic came to as well. So we was dealing with a double bubble. We was dealing with AIDS as well. A lot of people lost their lives to AIDS. And everybody that caught AIDS, they wasn't no homosexual either. So I don't want nobody to think just AIDS is a homosexual disease. Heterosexuals, they caught AIDS too as well. So these are the things that the Black community was facing back in the 80s and the 90s. So the question that I want to pose to you guys out there, what do you think ever happened to the crack babies? Did they go on in life and have a happy life? Or did they suffer mentally? Did they suffer in their body? Did they get put in the system? The worst thing in the world when a child got a question if their mother and father love them. Some of you parents right now that's listening to me, you was having sex with so many different men, you don't know who your child's father is. See, that's one thing about cocaine. Cocaine will make you come out your clothes. Cocaine will make you change your mind. It will break your will. And one thing I learned back in the day, when you was using drugs, and the sellers never had no respect for the users. Never. We would call them hypes. We'd have them wash our clothes, wash our car. Hype would come back and tell us information, who trying to stick us up, where the police out there. Some of the people, they would bring us customers, and they bring us so many customers, we'll give them some extra free work. And back in our day, we played the double up game. If we knew you get a check on the first, if we knew you was a postal man or a postal woman, and that week you getting paid, prior to that week you getting paid, oh, if you get a dime, it's 20. It's called a double up game. That's real. Now I don't know what they're doing this day and time out here, because I've been away from that 30-some years ago. The double up game. A lot of your fathers was getting high, and your mothers was getting high, and doing something strange for some cocaine. Real talk. I've known people to be very successful, but when they start hitting that pipe, it's over. It's just a matter of time. See, this is what you see. This is the type of behavior you see. I'm just talking, but we're gonna get in. We're gonna take some calls. When a person start getting high, first start getting high, and they don't want nobody to know that they're getting high. So what they do, they have what you call a runner. A runner is the one that they give money, and he or she go out there and get the drugs and bring it back to where they're smoking at, because they don't want nobody, let nobody know they're getting high. But sometimes the runner keep running and don't come back. Or sometimes the runner go in the package and steal a little piece off of it. It's the runner. Well, a lot of people was like, well, I don't want to let nobody know I'm buying work. You know, I don't do this all the time. I be tripping. I might do it once a month, but I don't do it all the time. So you go to a trap house. All of y'all sitting around when the cocaine run out, people. Everybody sit around looking at each other. Lip twisted and everything. Looking. If it ain't an orgy going on, it's something going on. Oh, yeah, you can ask your parents what I'm talking. I'm telling the truth. I'm not making none of this up. And a lot of us had relatives that was still a turkey out the freezer. Was still from mom. That cocaine is powerful. And I said a long time ago, I said, young people, if anyone introduces you to drugs, they're not your friend. They're trying to destroy you. And some of you have been forced to get high. I've heard a story of a man pulled a pistol on a young lady, put it up to her head, and counted to 3 and told her if she don't hit that pipe, he gonna kill her. And she ain't never been the same mentally. Now, let me talk to the users real quick. What do you think that your sons and your daughters think of you for getting high back in the day? Different men coming in and out of the house, in and out of the house, in and out of the house. Real talk. And you walking your baby late at night, your teenage daughter that got a body like she's 19. She ain't number 12. You walking to the gas station and you letting her hop in the car with a grown man, the dope man. Oh yeah, I'm telling the truth. I'm gonna tell it tonight. I'm gonna tell it tonight. I don't care if you don't like me. I'm gonna tell it tonight. Some of you are guilty of selling your own daughters to the dealer. Yeah, I said it. You have confused your daughter. You have messed her up mentally. And he give her a few dollars, whatever, or rocks, whatever. She come back and give it to you. And she don't understand. She said, I love my mama, but why is my mama having me laying up with a grown man? And she just turning her face. Don't say anything. I've seen it happen, people. I've seen it happen. Sell their own daughter. Fathers, too, with your lustful self. Allow your daughter to go out there and turn dates for your drug habit. Shame on you. And you wonder why she don't have no respect for you now that she's an adult and she can put everything together. Now it hurts you to talk about it. And when she brings it to your attention, you don't want to talk about it. You have not apologized for it. You have not apologized. Real talk. I got to tell the truth and shame the devil. Some of you parents, your teenage sons was selling drugs back in the 80s and in the 90s, and you knew it, and he bought you out. He gave you money, and you turned a blind eye. He was out there too long, and something happened to him. Now you can't live with yourself because you never told him to stop, but he kept feeding you money. Oh, I'm telling the truth. Young people, if you listen to me tonight, play this, rewind this live back to your mother or your father and see what they got to say. Ask your mother, why did she give you up for adoption? Ask your mother, why did she give you over to the drug dealer? Why did she do that? And she turned her head. Ask your mother why she didn't care about your education. Ask your mother why she didn't feed you properly. The money was gone in a couple of days. The whole food stamps. At that time, we didn't call it Link. We didn't call it EBT. It was called food stamps. Ask your mother why. Ask your father why he never showed up at your birthday party. Ask your father why he never given you anything for Christmas. Ask him. Ask him. Ask your father why he was gone 2 weeks at a time. Because he was on a smoking binge, whatever you want to call it. Smoking and didn't come home. See, we've heard all the stories. Oh, I got robbed. Here's a police report right here. No, you blew your whole check. You owe your whole check out. I remember it was a time that my father, he was a crack user, and he only gets a certain amount of money a month. And he owed this dope boy, that dope boy, this one, this. And I was saying to my mind, somebody ain't gonna get paid. And back in that day, again, if you buy a dime, it's 20. Dime is $10. You buy 20, you spend 25, it's $50. And them boys wanted their money. It wasn't a corner that you couldn't walk on and get some work. Period. It wasn't a corner that you couldn't walk on and get some work. It was so many young people, teenage young people, that dropped out of school, but it was on their money. But the end result, now you had a few drug dealers that went on and made something of themselves and things like that. But it wasn't that easy. They probably got robbed a couple of times, backdoored. Real talk. Now, our crack babies, that's what my focus is at tonight, and their children. What are we going to do for those of us that participated by selling, by using, neglecting our own children? What are we going to do? Some of us have been getting half for 30 years, long as our sons and daughters been living. Now our bodies are worn down and eyesight is bad and memory is bad. Teeth is falling out. Yeah, I said it, people. I'm telling the truth, shame the devil tonight. That's what it's all about. We all know somebody that used to sell and got killed. We all know somebody. Ain't that right? We all know somebody that used to sell and got killed. That's real talk. Is that you? Do you know someone that used to sell and got killed? Real talk. I'm going to read this poem over again, and we're going to open up the phone lines, and I appreciate you. This is serious. There has to be some repentance tonight. Even from myself, I've never used cocaine a day in my life. I've never had nobody to say that I was using, but I participated in it. My name is Cocaine. Call me Coke for short. I've entered this country without a passport. Ever since then, I've made lots of scums rich. Some have been murdered and found in a ditch. I'm more valued than diamonds, more treasured than gold. Just use me just once, and you too will be told. I'll make a schoolboy forget his books. I'll make a beauty queen forget her looks. I'll take a renowned speaker and make him a bore. I'll take your mother and make her a whore. I'll make a school teacher forget how to teach. I'll make a preacher not want to preach. I'll take your rent money and you'll be evicted. I'll murder your babies and then be born addicted. I'll make you rob and I'll make you steal. When you're under my power, you have no will. Remember, my friend, my name is Big C. And if you try me once, you'll never be free. I've destroyed actors, politicians, and many a hero. I've decreased bank accounts from millions to zero. I make shooting and stabbings a common affair. Don't we see it? And once I take charge, you won't have a prayer. All right, we're going to open the phone lines. My door ringing. Let me let people in. Hold on. All right, live uncut. I'm sorry, people. So sorry, but I had to answer the door. All right. Let me put the phone up there because we could take some calls now. All right. I just spoke long enough. How long I've been on here? 40-some minutes. Okay. All right. Let me open up the phone lines. And we want to hear from you. Whatever happened to our crack babies? We don't hear that term no more. We hear about everything else but the crack babies. Let's talk about the crack babies. I want to hear the pain and the agony that they went through and that they still suffering even in their adult life. Even in their adult life. Nobody wants to talk about it. No parent, nobody wants to talk about it. Okay. All right, let's come on. We open up the phone lines. All right. All right. Come on in. Come on in. I appreciate you guys. All right. Live uncut, unedited. All right. Close that door for me. Okay. All right. Come on in, people. Let me get the phone lines in to get the Bluetooth going. And we can come on in and talk. Y'all talk to me tonight. Let's have a serious conversation because this is a serious conversation. Now that I got your attention, come on in. Let me get this phone line open. And I want to get it open so we can hear from each other. I want to definitely get it open. All right, let me dial on in. All right, sorry about that, y'all. This is, come on in. Come on now. Some of y'all my age, you already know. Some of y'all my age, you already know. You already know. You already know. Come on in. Yeah, I'm talking about it. Hit that like button. That's right. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. The call-in number is on the screen. Let's talk about these crack babies that we had out here, that we made. What about these crack babies? How are we going to straighten this up? How are we going to correct what we've done in the past? What are we going to do? And we're going to make sure this never happened. What are we going to do, people? What are we going to do? Are we going to sit quiet, don't talk about it, don't say nothing about it? What are we going to do? We messed these people up. The crack babies are having babies right now. What do you think is going to happen to their babies? Why do you think these young people are out here running wild? Because they don't feel love. What are we going to do? The number's on the screen. Somebody give me a call. I want to talk about it. What are we going to do? We didn't put them through the system. We didn't gave them. Listen, I can tell you, listen, I lived through it. All right, we had the crack epidemic back in the 80s. We had the crack epidemic back in the 90s. We had the crime bill, the 94, 96 crime bill. We had AIDS out there. AIDS was out there real strong. All right. We had the thing that you can't hit your child no more and all that. We had also, what do we have out there too? I'm telling you, we fighting all these elements. All these elements. And our young people was the ones out there. They used them because they was young. They wasn't on drugs. They weren't tainted. So they put the drugs in their hand. They put the drugs in their hand and had them to sell it. They showed them how to cook it up. And we, at that time, we was using a baby jar, a hanger, and then cook it over the stove with some baking powder. Put it in there and, stirring it up until it grab a hold to that rock. Get cool. So this is real. This is real. Oh, yeah, listen, babies was being dropped off, put in garbage cans and everything. They made a law that you could drop your baby at the fire department if you didn't want your baby. I'm telling you. Don't you know how many marriages broke up because of cocaine? Do you know how many high school dropouts was because of cocaine? Do you know how many families that was messed up in the foster care and the DCFS and the ward of state that was messed up? Nobody wanted to talk about it. So when you see these crack babies all emotional, upset, mad at the world, we say they crazy. I wonder what drove them crazy. They didn't actually come here. They wasn't smoking no drugs at all. I need y'all to call in and talk to me tonight. The number's on the screen, 872-299-0808 or 872-297-6389. I'm looking to hear from you. Let's talk about our crack babies. Let's talk about the descendants of the crack babies, their children. Let's talk about it. We got one call on the live. Hey, caller 9433. You're live, uncut and unedited. Come on in, caller.
Hey, Mark. Good topic. Yes. Our people are still killing our people. They still selling the crack to our people. You're right. The generation that's messed up.
No.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, hold it right there. How old are you, my dear sister? Did you ever know anybody that was on crack?
Yes.
Can you tell me, like, was it a friend or a family member or what? Okay. Now let me ask you a question. Did he steal from you? Did he steal from you? Did he disappear? Didn't he disappear? You know, sometimes they leave like a week at a time, 3 or 4 days without you even hearing, know who about, don't call. And then at that time, it wasn't no cell phone. It was well, cell phone came at the end, but it was the pagers. Did he work? Did he work? Did your husband work? He didn't work? Okay. Now let me ask you another question. Was he getting high before you met him or you didn't know? How did you find out? Okay. Okay. Did you ever try to get him some help or tell him to sign himself up and get some help? Mm-hmm. Did you have any children by him? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Hold it right there. Let me read what Raven Harris said. Raven said, man, some of these crack babies who are now adults have relationship issues, abusers to their partners, abuse alcohol and drugs, incarcerated, or have mental problems. Do y'all see that? Now, somebody was listening to me. Somebody know what they're talking about. This is what I'm talking about. Don't you know that young, beautiful, hold on, sister, that young, beautiful man you see, lady, and you wonder why he going upside your head and he having these mental episodes and all that? Young man, you know that beautiful lady that you got that's so pretty, but have outbursts and these episodes. She don't trust nothing. She can't stand you. Only time she like you is when y'all laying down, and that's it. That's it. Okay, go ahead, my dear sister. Get back to you.
Okay. They, yeah, she not lying. They also have episodes. He actually stole
Hold on.
their
They said, hold it. They said they can't hear you talking. There's something probably there. Hold on.
okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay.
I am so sorry. I always do that. All right, I'm gonna have to ask you the questions again. All right, people. I'm sorry y'all missed her talking. So y'all heard the questions I asked her. She said she bust her husband smoking crack in the bathroom. And she said that her husband had an ex-girlfriend that he probably was getting high with. I think you said he was getting high with her. You know, she didn't have no babies by him or none of that. And she did ask him to get some help, and he didn't want to do it. So we all have stories.
Yeah, Mark. When he couldn't get fixed, he would mask the alcohol with no. When he couldn't get his crack, he would mask the alcohol with the drinks. And they do have episodes. They'll yeah, they'll burst out on you. They'll start arguing, they'll drop arguing, all types of little stuff. All red flags.
Hmm. Somebody said crack don't stay in your system for 30 years, y'all. And that's so true. But it can mess up some chemicals in your body. Throw your chemical imbalance off. I might not be saying the medical term and all that. Real talk. But hold it, sister. I got another call. Hey, caller 281. Come on, caller.
Okay.
281.
Mark, how you doing this
Yes,
evening?
sir. Yes, sir.
Great show again, man. You know, a lot of this is based on choices, that we make in life. Like I heard you mention
Okay, hold it, hold it,
you
hold it,
make
hold it, hold it, hold it. The crack baby didn't have no choices. So it's the parents' fault.
I don't
Okay, so
disagree with that.
that's what I'm basically focus on, the crack babies. So they didn't have no choice in the matter. They didn't have a choice in the matter.
Now that the crack baby is here, what do? Okay, we've had all kind of prevention classes. Some get incarcerated and get put right back out the streets and do the same thing again. Heroin and opium, so they tried crack, and one got off of it, and the other one didn't. The other one kept on. So he eventually lost a lot of things: houses, cars, wealth.
Hold on. I think they can't hold it. I think they can't hear you. I don't know what's going on with the sound. When you talk about stuff like this, it's deep. Hold on. Let me see. They said they can't hear you. Let's see. Oh yeah, I see why they can't hear you. Okay. All right. Now I hope they can hear you now. If you can hear them, I put number one. If you can hear them, put number one in the chat box. If you can hear them, put number one in the chat box. All of a sudden these features are messing up. Now normally I miss one, I don't miss two. All right, come on. If you can hear. But okay, let me just start over. Let me start all over. Just hold it. Let me just start over. Just put one in the chat if you can hear. Say something, my brother. Mic check. Say something. All right, say something.
Oh yeah. Like I was saying earlier today, things were about choices. And you mentioned that the crack baby didn't have a choice, and I agree with you. As I was stated, I had a couple of uncles that got caught up in that stuff.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get it. Hold on. Go ahead. Let me. They say it's real low. Let me see. All right. I mean, just give me a second. Moment I'm talking about something. Okay, I see why. Okay, let's see. Back. Let's see. You real low. All right. All right, y'all. How's that? 1 2 1 2. If you can hear him, say something, brother.
Sounds good over here, Martin.
No, I want them to hear.
Sounds good over here,
We need
Martin.
what the audience say. If y'all can hear him, it says very low. Barry can hear Martin. Okay, we talking. Okay, I heard. Okay, if you can hear him, I need you to count to 10 real quick, brother. All right, count to 10 so they can hear you. Then if you can hear
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10.
Okay. All right, y'all can hear him. Punch one. You can hear him. Okay. One more time. Count to 10 for me, brother. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Okay, they
5,
say you hear me
6,
now.
7.
Okay. Okay, good. Good. Now, I need you to focus on the crack babies and their children. So we're not talking about who's not accountable. It was a choice. The crack babies didn't have nothing to do with our choice as a parent. Those of us that got high, you know. So I want to focus on them and their health care and their mental. Where are they now? We don't talk about them anymore. When the last time you heard somebody use the term crack babies? Be honest. I'm gonna ask you that question.
No, I haven't heard it. I haven't heard it for a long time until you mentioned it. Even though it was in my head looming, I was actually afraid to mention it on your show because I didn't want nobody to jump on me and say, "No, I ain't got nothing to do with crack babies." But they are the byproduct of what's going on today, and government has given up on us. They gave up. If they wanted to do something
brother, it was the government that put the drugs in the community, allowed the drugs to come in the community. So they been gave it. See, the thing is,
I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that.
Listen.
Can I say something?
1 minute. Go ahead, because I'm talking about. Go ahead.
Okay. They experiment the crack on the rabbit. I mean, they did an experiment before they took the crack out here on the street. So they knew what they was doing.
Oh yeah. Even the Godfather. Okay, thank you. So even the Godfather said in the Godfather, put the drugs in the dark people neighborhood. They dogs anyway. He said so. They animals anyway. That was in the Godfather. He said, put the drugs in the darker people.
But a lot of white folks got caught up in crack too, though.
Yeah, of course.
A lot of white folks got caught up in
brother.
Crack too.
Of course they did. That's why they came out with this stuff, call it a disease and getting high and all that. But as long as our people was strung out on it and it wasn't affecting their people as much, they was cool because they know once they put the drugs out there, it's going to be a certain amount of percentage of their people will get taken too, swept away. Because you do got mixed races and stuff like I said earlier. Right. You can take a Mexican, a white, and a black that don't even like each other. And if they all on crack, man, they'll get along like they're best friends, getting high together.
Mm-hmm.
Getting out, whether they snorting or whether they smoking and putting in the pipe. I learned that, man. I've seen people in dope houses that would never be in a dope house. The type of status, the way they live. See, a lot of people back in the 80s and the 90s, they was getting high. Cocaine was like a party drug. It was a drug. And people get high, they party together and all that. But my point, going back to the children, man, they grown-ups now. So how can we repair what we've done? That's what I really want to know. Because a lot of messed up, man. Now, do you expect a crack baby to have a normal baby? Come on, man.
No,
that's impossible. No.
But Martin, don't you think if they wanted to do something, they would have done something by now?
We're not waiting on them.
I don't think they want to do anything.
I ain't no they. I'm talking about us, brother. Us, black people, the ones that participated in the drug epidemic, the seller, the user. What are we going to do to make this right, to help make this right? My God, listen, again, remember, you older than I am. At the same time crack was out, AIDS was real high. The 1990s crime bill came out. We know the pager was out at that time. We know people was getting locked up, getting a lot of time. We know people was getting murdered. The murder rate was high when the crack was out, real high than it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Then we all knew friends who was using drugs that probably OD'd or start stealing from their parents. They went down to nothing. They became a bum. They became homeless. The crack took them that low. Man, don't you know how many women that came out here that used to be so beautiful? One thing when I talked to a person that was on crack, and a female told me, she said, Martin, I don't even look in the mirror no more because I'm afraid of what I see. I'm telling you. Exactly what she told me. She said, I'm afraid to look in the mirror because I'm scared to see how I look. I'm telling you. Now, imagine women that's going out there having sex for crack, and she get pregnant. And remember, too, back then, OJ, that women was leaving babies, having babies and leaving them in the garbage can during this epidemic. Then that's when they came out, made a law. We're not going to take you to jail. We're not going to just take the baby to the fire station or the police station and leave the baby there. It was so terrible. Also, that's right.
Martin, I have a cousin.
Go ahead.
I have a cousin.
One more thing before I forget. One more thing.
Yeah.
Okay, we had the crack back there in the 80s and 90s. We had the gang banging. We had I remember we had the GDBD war back in the 90s. We had the AIDS was out there real high. They was locking folks up. I'm telling you. Now we had pills back in the 90s. We had pills, but go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, we had all those things, but they doubled up the crime when you got caught with crack and cocaine. But saying that to say this, I had a cousin who was strung out on that stuff, and she had a child. This child had children. One of them died from COVID. He came out. He has not ADHD. It's called. He's on the spectrum, and he couldn't talk.
Autism.
He couldn't talk. So when there you go. He's autistic. And he was choking off some pizza, and he couldn't tell them that he was choking, so he eventually died from that. Then she had another baby that had the same autistic features and didn't talk for 4 years. This baby didn't talk. Didn't say mommy, daddy, yes, no, anything. And those are the byproduct of these people who was on crack. And what can we do? Now, you asked that question, what can we do? We can do a lot, though, Martin, but I don't think people are willing to step up or even try to do anything. You know what I'm saying?
Brother,
listen.
You
don't see that.
Listen. Don't worry about what others do. Ask yourself a question, what can I do? See, that's the thing. See, if you waiting on other folks, see, we all can get into one room, and we'll be sitting like, okay, who gonna make the first move? Who gonna do what? It's just like a bunch of guys helping somebody move. Everybody watching each other. So who working the hardest? So you can't listen, brother. Do not put this responsibility off on no one else. Do it yourself. You people, y'all want to know why I work hard? The way I work hard is because I was a part of the epidemic. I apologize to anybody that I ever sold drugs to, any family member, publicly. And trust me, and I really mean this. I haven't sold drugs 30 years. Been 30 years now or better. Don't have no desire to. Period. So what can Martin Johnson do? The same community that I tore down, I'm trying my best to repair. Telling the brother, put that gun down. Sister, leave them drugs alone. It's no good for you. I'm telling you, listen, people, just like you just said, brother, that you had a cousin, had a baby, listen, it's still out here people that's still affected by cocaine, brother. And they ain't never put a pipe up to their mouth. But they was born. I've heard of stories where a woman said she was born with 6 different drugs in her body. And think about this, brother. Think about this. Now, follow me a little bit. The most, a lot of crack babies out here, heroin babies, whatever you want to call them, drug babies. They don't even know they was drug babies. Parents never told them. Right. Now their parents are no longer getting high right now. They're done.
Right.
They don't even know. And see, listen, some of you out there right now say, hey, I thank God my mother and father didn't get high. You don't know what your mother and father was doing before you was born or while you was little. You don't know. They're not going to tell you. Your mama ain't going to tell you she was out there giving fellatio. She ain't going to tell you. Your father ain't going to tell you he was out there sleeping with men for drugs. They're not going to tell you. Matter of fact, some of you out there right now, your parents, your mother would not tell you who your real father is because she don't know. And if she do know, she's not going to tell you. And guess what? Her boyfriend who she called your father. He know that you're not his, but he going along with that secret. I'm just telling you, people, I'm not trying to stir nothing up, but I got to tell the truth, shame the devil. Because, see, what you see downtown is the direct results of a crack baby's children, messed up emotionally. How could a 15 years old go out there and turn a gun on a crowd of people that have never done anything to him and shoot some people, start shooting people? That goes to show you that mindset. Chemical imbalance. Chemical imbalance. I'm keeping it real. Now, I tell black people, if you waiting on somebody to save you, ain't nobody gonna come save you, period. This is real, brother. We don't talk about this no more. And a lot of you right now, you wonder why you got mental issues. That's because you probably had crack in your system when you was born. You got relationship problems. You got trust issues. Chemical imbalance. Then, another thing they was doing back in the day, putting their children on that pill, having them play crazy. That was real popular back in the 90s. Ritalin. You give your child away from the devil. And guess what? In school, they was putting children in special ed back then, a whole lot then.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm talking about, these are the effects. And listen, don't you think that if a baby was born with 6 different chemicals, drugs in his or her body, they having problems right now today? Body going through certain things. Because if your mother's carrying you for 36 to 40 weeks, you eating what she eating. If she getting high, you getting high.
Right.
Period.
Yeah. Martin,
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I see this from a different perspective. Because I seen the hospital papers. I actually had it in my system. It all depends on the home you grew up in. I don't think it's about the chemicals. Because I turned out totally fine. I'm trying to get into law enforcement.
Okay.
I don't think it has anything to do with the chemicals. I think it's all about the home you was brought up in.
Okay. So you telling me you don't think it had nothing to do with the chemicals? Now, you know, medicine can mess you up. You know that, don't you? You can take some Ritalin,
Yeah.
and you'll never be the same. See, what you
I don't
calling
think that chemical messed us up.
okay, hold on. What you calling normal may not be normal to you. It's probably some things that you're going through in your mind, in your body. You don't know why you do it. Why is I'm doing this? Why I feel like a certain way? You know, it may be the effects of the drugs.
Yep.
Drugs is a chemical, bro. It's a chemical. Why you think this day and age that, see, back in the 80s and the 90s, you didn't see a lot of these dialysis places. They existed, but you see one in every neighborhood now. Plugging you up, filtering your blood. And I understand you, brother. You fortunate, brother. Thank God. You came up to a great household and you're doing well for yourself. I appreciate you even calling in to talk about this. But it has to be addressed, brother. You're just one of the fortunate ones that you just got on the right track. What about the ones that was given over to DCFS? Well, their parents gave them over to adoption and they got molested.
That goes into the household, being brought up in the household.
Right. What I'm just saying.
But this is the chemical.
Yeah, this is hold on, brother. But this is the direct cause, because their mother was on crack. She wasn't able to take care of the baby. She wasn't functional enough to take care of the baby. She didn't want the baby. So by her putting them in adoption, putting them up for adoption, they get molested, get messed over, going from house to house to house. Because once you adopt a baby, you can give them back if they ain't what you want. That's how it works.
Yeah.
You can give them back. See, the person that adopted the child, their son or daughter may molested the child or the cousin. You don't know.
Right.
See, let me I'm just being real honest with you. I'm not making no excuses. What about those children that was made ward of the state. Now, when you go through that program, when you're 18, they kick you out. Okay. A lot of those ward of the state, they strippers, they pill poppers, they alcoholics, they chronic weed
Dope
smokers, dope, all types of stuff. They didn't grow up on love. They grew up on survival. There's a difference, brother. You had some family members that love you, but they grew up on survival.
Say that.
That's the difference, brother. Some people
These
recover.
all stem from the household,
Okay, brother. What household? You
not
ain't
the
get.
chemicals.
Yeah. Okay, you say what you want to, brother. So you don't think medicine take effect of nobody thinking. So you telling me if a person put you on Ritalin, it won't mess with you. Is that what you're
I'm
telling
sure
me?
it has a chance it will.
I mean, it's either yes or
I'm
no.
talking about,
Man, okay.
yes, it
Do
has
you
a
know? Hold
chance.
on. Have you ever studied the effects of cocaine and heroin?
Yes,
Tell me a little bit about
it
it.
was in my system.
Okay, well, tell me about it. Okay, because it's your system,
It
that
was
don't mean
born-
you know about it. Tell me some of the effects of cocaine and heroin. You tell me, brother. I'm waiting to listen to you.
I don't have any. I don't have a list. If you could
No,
give me
no,
one.
it ain't a list. Just tell me. You said it was
Right.
born in your system, but can you tell me some of the effects, the direct effects of heroin, cocaine, lean, pills, or some ecstasy? Tell me, brother. So I'm trying to educate you on something. Now I need you to listen to understand and not listen to respond. Now I gave you your accolades. I said, hey, you one of the fortunate ones. There's a difference that's growing up on love or just growing up to survival. That's two totally different cases. No
It-
matter what home you
That's
into.
because
Go ahead.
I hit the lottery of the crack babies. I was adopted to a good home. It wasn't the chemical.
Okay. Now, you don't even know what I asked you what the chemicals do. You don't know the effects of cocaine.
I don't think he can explain it though, Martin.
Nah,
It would take
I know he
somebody
can't
who has
explain
been
it, but I
through
know he
that.
can't explain it because he's never done no research on it. I already know. He's just talking. I understand, but he's a good case of at least he's coming on here and admit that he was born with drugs in his body. He's born there. But he don't know. He might be going through some things that he don't recognize. There might be something that's going on in your body that you can't put together. It is a direct result of crack being in your system. You might not even know that, bro.
Hey, Martin, why
I'm not shooting up downtown.
don't you ask him some questions? Why don't you ask him some questions?
I'm asking him a question.
You know what?
Hold on, brother.
Right.
I asked him the ultimate question. I asked him, do he know some of the effects of heroin or cocaine? Do he know? That's what I asked him.
You did ask him. You did
And
ask him
he
that.
didn't have an
You
answer
did
for
ask
it.
him that.
Now, what he
I don't
can't,
think he know, but
now, I know he don't know, but I want you to do my brother.
do you read it?
My brother, 0708.
Yeah.
This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. I want you to read up on that, okay? Read up on it a little bit, okay? It's some things that you might be going through in your body. You don't got to reveal your health to me. It's maybe a direct cause because you was born with drugs in your system. That's not a normal birth, brother. Do you know that? That's not a normal birth.
I understand that.
Okay, but you know
But I'm
that,
not
though.
shooting up downtown as a result of it.
Listen, brother. Listen to this. Listen to what I'm saying is.
Sam.
It's
Hold,
about the
okay, let me
household.
say something, brother. Listen. Do you think an apple tree can bring forth an orange? Do you think that? So my point is, what do you think that's gonna come from something bad? And come on, what do you think? It's all messed up.
I think something good can come out of it.
It could, possibly could. More likely, sometimes it
I'm
don't.
an example of it. I'm one of the,
Bro, okay, do you know your
I was
parents?
adopted in
Okay, do you know your parents? Your birth parents? Yes
only
or
my
no?
mom.
Huh?
Only my mom.
Okay. What type of person is she?
She's in jail right now.
Okay.
She's a good person though.
She's a good person. Did you ever ask her why did she give you up for adoption, or while you was taken away? Did you ever talk to you don't have to reveal it to me. I'm just asking you that question. You don't have to reveal it on the show. Have you ever had a serious
No, I never.
You never? Okay.
I never had a chance to, no.
Oh, you never had a chance to? Okay. All right. Hey, listen, don't go nowhere, my brother. Let me take a couple more callers, okay? I appreciate you calling in. I got B-Red. Come on real quick. Come on, B-Red.
Hey, what's up, Martin?
Hey, my brother.
I'm gonna walk lightly around this subject.
No, but come on with it. We more.
I don't want. No, I'm not.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to offend anybody. I'm just going. You can look at the numbers. I went just before I started talking to you. Look at the birth rate for autism from 1980. There was 1980 autism rates were 1 in 1,000 births. Now the autism rate is 1 in every 35 births. I believe this is a direct effect of drug use in this country, especially crack cocaine. Crack cocaine was told to us that the babies would have ADHD, that there are certain sensory things in their body would not work properly. And everybody that's crazy think they normal. Even met up, you know what I'm saying? I met a crazy person never thought he was the one that was crazy. See, without therapy, these children who have grown up in this will never know where they're lacking. Are they 0 to 10 on the scale? Are they on the spectrum? Are they slightly on the spectrum? And we can talk about the crack cocaine, but then I want you to not only talk about the crack cocaine, I want you to talk about the heavy use of embalming fluid. A whole lot of people smoking water, man, back in them days too. I mean, a bunch. And the other factor of this is, it was one thing for the mother to be on crack. It's also another thing that she didn't know her boyfriend was snorting and smoking cocaine. And she got pregnant by this joker. The blood that was in his semen into her. And then wonder why the baby came out a little touched. She a little slow. And unless this young individual, this young man that you're talking to is over the age of 25, his brain ain't fully developed right now. He will never know what level of disability or non-disability he has until he gets about 30 years old. See, this is the problem with this whole situation that crack caused in our community. Not only was it the cause of a lot of death amongst the dealers and the users and everybody who ignored it or tried to profit off of it. There's a lot of people that profited that never once touched a dime of cocaine. These are facts. You know, you wonder why them Koreans were piling up all that baking soda and Cho Boy in their stores. And then they sit back and wonder why these folks sticking a gun in their face. The whole scene was chaos. And we lived through it. Some of us did. And I too are guilty of selling cocaine. And it didn't take long for me to figure out how to fix it up. You know, it was the easiest science lesson I ever learned. But we did not. The money was so fast. You could literally just stand in a place where they selling cocaine or crack cocaine, and if you got it and you got it good, say, man, your pockets will fill up. The only problem you had was hoping that your partners around you who wasn't hustling like you was hustling with the key for the money that you was making. See, the murder rates that y'all see now, Chicago, Dallas, LA, ain't nothing compared to where they were in 87.
Preach,
88,
brother.
89,
Preach,
90.
preach, brother.
When the murder rates were 1,300 a year, 1,800 a year. Dallas, Texas was the murder capital of the country in 1993. We had 1,000 murders.
Preach, brother.
And that's probably nothing compared to Chicago and New York. See, y'all didn't go up in no murders. Y'all think y'all going up with some murders. Now, you ain't going up with no murders.
Preach.
Because it started with the Jamaicans, and the Haitians came, and the Cubans came over here with their dope. And then they thought they were going to run these boys in these, that was already in these neighborhoods out there, and they thought they were going to scam with these Uzis. And they found out something different. And then the brothers turned on each other. But just to keep what you're talking about, a big portion of what you're seeing now is second generational carryover.
See, now
Your
hold it right
generation.
there. Hold it, bro. That's what I'm focused on tonight. Now, the crack baby children. I'm focused on the crack babies and their children. See,
The grandbabies.
the grandbabies.
grandbabies.
Yeah, the grandbabies of the parents, but it's their babies. Go
Right.
ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Right.
Go ahead.
Let's just say what 2000 and let's just call it 2005
Okay.
to about let's just say 2005 to about 2015.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can do it right there. And being from 2015 up to now, they done got on all kind of other shit from here to now. You know, we'll be talking about what things like they great grandbabies of these monsters in the next 10 years with the ecstasy and the pills and all the other mess that they do. See, we left out a whole bunch of categories of drugs we didn't talk about. We didn't talk about how these niggas used to, how these people used to see sets, teas and blues, and this to go along with the water that they were smoking. Not only the people that like to sniff cocaine, so the ones like to smoke cocaine that they read, and a lot of women didn't know that their boyfriends were living like this. A lot of wives didn't know that their husband, when they tell them they're going to gamble, was really sitting there having cocaine parties. He's the ones that had the money. Them like shit is a party drug. I could just go down the list right now for 10 minutes to tell you about all the brothers I knew who had good jobs at the post office, LTV, General Motors, who had their own liquor stores, who had their own businesses, who was making good money, barbecue joints, everything that you could think of. Parents that didn't left them chicken joints, and they sitting up there blowing all the money on crack cocaine. Just blowing the money. And the wives didn't know.
Hold it, brother. Hold it. Now listen, people. Listen. If you don't think that drugs have nothing to do with somebody's behavior, you're a person that never got high or you just in denial. Why you think they call it controlled substance? It make you do things that if you were sober that you normally wouldn't do. Okay? Trust me. You got people out here. I lived through this. Hold it, brother. I've seen women out here real bad on drugs. Witnessed with my eyes. Grew up with some. Went down. I'm telling you.
Facts.
So you can't tell me before they start using cocaine, they wasn't doing what they were doing. Jumping in different cars, giving man fellatio. Giving up their baby. Selling stuff. Selling their jewelry. Selling their high-end clothes they had. So you telling me drugs don't have nothing to do with their behavior? Come on now, you don't know. I don't know where you've been hiding it.
Hey, B-Red. B-Red.
I got a couple more callers, y'all. Hold it, brother. I got a couple more callers.
Real quick. This gonna be real.
Yeah, come on. All right.
The fact of the matter is, when we start looking at the grandbabies, I'm gonna keep you right where you got it. Here's a generation of kids that don't mind us, don't listen to us, don't do what we ask them to do. That'll be quick to turn a gun on you.
And shame.
So you asking them to clean their room. Here's a generation of kids that'll jump on their teachers, their principals, their coaches. You can't teach them nothing. And everything that's negative, that's evil, they love it. They just turn to it and love it to death. You try to teach them something good, they don't want to hear that. They bored, they got their head in their phone. But when you try to teach them something good, try to teach them something right, there's very few of them now that are righteous kids. That's a fact. It's not so much a word. Their environment play a big part of it, but I also think the chemical imbalances that they have in the generations from 1984 to 2005 have just ruined this generation. Have ruined them. And the only thing that's going to save them is prayer. I'll land the plane right there, brother.
4,700. 4,700. You said, okay, just keep living. How old are you, my brother? 07, 08. How old are you?
Keep waking up.
25 years old.
Okay, hey, bro.
Keep waking up.
You better keep waking up. You just start living, bro. Trust me. Hey, listen, brother. I lived during the crack epidemic. It was crack on every corner, brother. I watched people that I grew up with OD. Died. One of my best breakdown. But no, hold on, brother. Let me talk. You gotta listen. See, you don't listen, bro. I've been here 57 years. You've been here 25 years. I got way more experience than you. I'm talking about experience. I ain't saying I'm smarter. or better, I said life experience than you, bro.
Yeah.
I lived through some eras, bro. You ain't seen what I've seen. And I'm not calling you dumb or stupid or incompetent. I'm not calling you that. But I have life experience, brother. I've seen way more than you've ever seen, brother, in this life. And I'm being honest with you. Look at the age. I'm double your age. Double your age.
I understand that.
Listen to me, brother.
Tell me to go look at New Jack City.
Yeah.
They showed a glimpse. They showed a glimpse of what it was like.
Yeah.
A glimpse. I mean a small glimpse. I mean cracking the window to look out the door glimpse. A small glimpse of what it was like. If you saw the movie New Jack City, I'm telling you, it was 100 times worse than that. From coast to coast, north, south, east to west. Facts. Couldn't walk the street.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to the new caller, 4700. I'll come back to you, young blood. Young brother, I'll come back.
MJ.
Hey, how you doing?
MJ, what's up, man? I was sitting here listening to y'all talking about them 90s and them unfortunate crack babies, man. And man, the 90s was a bad era, man. I'm talking about now. It was a bad era, and these kids today wouldn't understand it. I'm talking about they wouldn't understand it. And like the guy said before me, man, just look at New Jack City. I'm talking about when folks was out there buying blocks. You know what I'm saying? Within the neighborhood, just blocks. And it was just bad things going on. And the things we living amongst today, and I see you, I tell you all the time, it's the crack babies, man. You know, it's like a trickle effect to what's going on now. Because we all know back in the 90s, 80s, late 80s, 90s, during the crack, when cocaine hit the black area. Because it wasn't always crack. We was out there selling this stuff in pony packs. And you take it home and cook it up yourself.
Mm-hmm.
See, when blacks changed it, and you know, we wanted to stretch it and cook it and put 7-Up on it and all that other good stuff, or whatever the case is, to blow it up. But when you start manufacturing it, when you start manufacturing from its original state, that's when it became crack. And that was the worst thing that ever hit the black community, because we had young mothers that were selling their children, selling their children's bodies, selling the food stamps. I'm talking about the food stamps was leaving the households fast as they came in there. And a lot of these kids came home in incubators. They came home on heart machines. They came home shaking. You know what I'm saying? To the point where the doctors had to prescribe the mothers codeine just to stop them from shaking. So DCFS came into the community and they started snatching up these kids. They started snatching them up. Snatching them up from the hospitals. It was mothers going to the hospital to have kids. If your kid got tested with cocaine in the system, DCFS was taking that. DCFS was taking that baby.
And that was the case.
They were showing up. They were showing up to the hospital. Half these kids didn't even leave. So then it became almost like a baby farm. DCFS had more kids in the system than they could handle. So then what they started doing is they started putting these kids in these other homes, and then now these kids became paychecks.
Preach, sir.
They became paychecks because, you know, you got folks, they go out there and adopt 6 kids. They go out there and adopt 4 kids. They go out there and adopt 3 kids. But the saying say, you ain't gonna never treat anybody else's kids like you treat yours. So a lot of these kids went into homes and they was just paychecks. There was no love. No love. So when you are not taught love, you cannot exhibit. You can't give it. So you got to think about it. The average crack baby right now would probably be about somewhere between
35,
I'd say about I would probably go back as far as probably about 30.
Not 32, 33, right up at 35 too.
About 30 up to about the age of about 40.
Right, you could go back that far because you can go, because
you talking about the late 80s now.
Right.
We talking about the 80s.
You talking about the early 82, 83, 84.
Okay, so now you got to think about it. You got to think about it. These kids, these crack babies is having kids. So now they got kids. They was never taught love because they was just a paycheck. They in somebody else's house. They in a stranger's house. They in somebody's house they don't know nothing about. I'm talking about they snatching up 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-year-olds out of their households. That's where grandmama, big mama wound up with half of these kids. And she tired as I don't know what. And you're trying to find a door. Now she tired of the kids. She can't give the love to her kids because she tired. So now they're really not. They know they ain't love. They ain't never felt no love. Now they out here trying to have kids. So now you got crack babies that's raising their own kids. And this is what we got. So now we got crack babies. The crack babies got pill babies. The pill babies got. You know what I mean? It used to be it used to be a thing when the drug when those things or whatever, when they smoke crack, they smoke crack. If you gave them weed, a crackhead will go sell his weed to get some crack. These motherfuckers out here not taking anything. They taking anything under the sun. So it's only getting worse. So these kids is running around downtown doing these raids and all that stuff. That's because their mothers or their parents was, may have been a good chance being a crack baby, brought up in the system, never taught love, can't give love. They just want to run the street. Now they got their own personal friend
and shame the devil
because this is what's happening. Like you say, you know what you got in your house. You heard many people say, so-and-so mess with me, I'll go get my son. They must not know who my son is. You know what you got in your house. I raised 4 boys. You can't tell me you don't know what you got in your house. I know what each one of my kids was capable of. You know what you got in your house. And these parents need to start being responsible for their kids because I ain't never, ever had a 14-year-old that I didn't know where they was at. So there it is. And until we become accountable for our actions, hey, start locking them parents up, man. Because at some point this it is almost like child endangerment. You got these kids out here after hours, and you don't know where they at. You done lost control.
Don't care. Don't care.
Y'all, let me go to the
They
next one.
don't come home or not.
Let me go to.
They don't care because.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. Finish
Go
up.
ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish up. Go ahead.
Well, they don't care because see now, as long as you don't get in their way, as long as you don't stop their party or their motion, they don't care. Just do something. Get out of here. You want downtown? Go. I don't care. And that's how they go with it. So I'm gonna go and let y'all go ahead with that, man. I'm gonna listen in.
Man, this is my buddy first time calling, y'all. It must have hit a nerve. He calling. God, dog. I've been trying to get him to call in. My man.
Hey, man. I
appreciate
man, we all got to have a crackhead in our family. Ain't nobody
listen,
perfect.
If anybody over 50, you know what we talking about. Now, if you're under 50, you might have a little slight sober. If you're over 50, you witness it. You witness it.
We all got at least one crackhead in our family. Okay?
Yes, sir. All right. 609.
Freak.
609 area code. Come on, caller. 609 area code.
Hey, I'm just listening
Mm-hmm.
and observing. I just want to know, basically, did you get your blessing today? Because I need to know.
Did I get my blessing? I ain't look. Okay. I ain't look. Let me look up.
Okay, only
Okay.
reason why I want to know because I don't have Cash App and I do it through a neighbor and make sure that it's there. That's all. And I'm just going to lay back.
No. Let me see. Somebody sent me something earlier. Okay. Let's see who sent it to me. Let's see. Let me see who sent me some. Oh
It's
yeah,
gonna
yeah. I
always
got
come
it.
in that name.
I got it. I got it.
No, it's gonna always come in that name.
Okay,
It's my
okay,
neighbor. So
okay.
when you see different things, okay,
I got
I'm
it. Thank
laying
you.
back.
Thank you.
But
Appreciate you.
can I just piggyback on
Come
one
on.
thing?
Come
I
on.
want to piggyback on something. I don't want to do this here. As far as this guy, the other day we were talking about the two young ladies and my father. I just going to piggyback very short.
Now hold it.
Hold
Hold it. Now we got to stay on the subject now because there's too much going on. I don't want to throw the.
I know, but this is very important.
I know it's
This is
important,
very
but
important.
I need to stay on the subject because I got the attention of
Okay,
people. Okay, no problem. I
but
love
it
you. You know I
still
do. You know, but
I know it's still family values.
right.
It's still fair. Trust me. Only thing I want to know is that, at the end of the day, when these two grow up, the older brother and the younger brother, when they get their full story, would they come together? That's all I
okay.
want to say. That
Okay.
would they come together? Okay. And I'm gonna cut it off. And I'm
Okay.
just, I love your voice.
Yes. Thank you. So my thing is, people, I'm gonna go back to 0708. My brother, I appreciate you for just calling in. You're a good brother. Thank you for your courage, your boldness, brother. But those of us that you hear and talk, we 50 plus, some of us, and we live through this thing, man. We seen some things, man, that your mother, your father won't even tell you about that went on. What parent gonna tell their child they was on crack or out there giving fellatio? They're not gonna tell you that. Most parents, and I'll just say the mom, she'll die with that secret, knowing that you're the neighbor's child, but she won't tell you that. I'm just saying. Hey, brother, listen. If I could get a favor from you, bro, just listen to what we saying, bro. We walked through this, brother. We lived it, man. We stood on corner, man. Listen, I sold so much drugs, and I'm not glorifying it, brother. It hurts my heart, brother. It hurts my heart even think about. Don't you know how much anybody that's ever on this live right now, that sold drugs, whether it be heroin or cocaine or China White, whatever, Karachi, whatever, water, Sherm stick, happy stick, whatever y'all want to call it, or syrup, they know that the damage that they've done to the community. Okay, come on, Buck. I think I heard Buck.
Hey, everybody. Blessings. Yeah, this is some real stuff. Our community is definitely in disarray because of what happened. I was a part of that. Grew with some brothers that became into slinging dope, and I was like muscle for them, so I know how that worked. So unfortunately, I was a stick smoker. I seen people. I didn't really want to fuck with that cocaine, because I seen what it did to people. So the cats was also slinging the dope. They was drinking lean. This in the early 80s. So all this, I done seen people come from having good jobs, electricians, teachers, driving new cars, pawning their cars, tricking off, and they lose everything in their life. And then even the kids, foster system took over everything for our children because nobody wanted black children and nobody really adopted them. So you look at other black parents getting those black kids, and basically all they did is just provide a place for them to live, and whatever issues they had, they never was addressed. And, like I said, they used the kids for a paycheck. They could move out to Richmond Park and all these places in Country Club Hills, brought them big houses and used them kids to pay their rent. And I know this for a fact, not what I heard. I didn't see how people got down, and they did this for the last 30 years. That's how it's been going. A lot of these kids, They had little girls. There was one girl. I knew the lady. Her daughter, a foster daughter, was from the West Side, and she was living in a trap house at 12 years old with grown men. She made a nice little bedroom with pink and all that stuff. And then that girl, when she was having sex with grown men at 12, 13 years old, she could never, once some hormones released, she could never go back to being that little girl. It was unfortunate. Her mother had 8 kids, went to Wisconsin with a woman. She got turned out, went with a boy, then went with a girl, then went with the girl's auntie. So, it's a sad state of affairs. I've seen it up close. Cats I smoked the weed and I smoked sticks with started drinking water and then lost their mind. And as I, through the grace of God, I got away from that in the early 90s and kind of got married and settled my life down. But I came back later on to address some of my friends and people that had still recovery issues. I would go to meetings with people. I would go to NAAA because I had quit drinking and stuff on my own through the grace of God. But like I said, it ain't everybody couldn't shake it. Because I seen when, my friend was mixing it up first, it was straight powder. They was putting, chemical like isotol on it to, to cut it, to stretch it. Then the next thing was crack. And then they were trying to give people free hits because that free hit going to get you to, become a regular customer. So I had to turn that down. I didn't see people smoke crack in front of me. I took people, so-called friends, to a spot and they started bumping the pipe, and then I saw them actually get spooked and stuff. So I was blessed that I never really, when they looking out the window, somebody walking them, and when somebody spooked or crack and stuff, that's a whole different atmosphere. For your behavior, and if you had children with that, women out here doing anything for this stuff, whatever. I done seen all firsthand, not what I heard or what I seen. The girl who was probably the prettiest girl in high school, she took that one bump and it was over with. She went, beam me up, Scotty, and then it was a wrap like aluminum foil for them. And some people got help, and some people just died. And it's unfortunate. The children they had was probably motherless and fatherless because in our community, nobody cares. And we got children out here now, and they're the product of that, the product of the 80s, and they children and they children's children either in jail or nobody giving no parenting, and then the behavior is going to be anger because you got chemicals in your system when you're born. And I even know of a girl, she in her 40s, my friend's daughter, and she was getting high. They took her first, they let her have the first baby, the second baby, the third baby, they tried to take it and gave it custody to the father because the father was able to do that. But when you had drugs in your system and you're a known drug user, when you have a baby, they're going to test you. And if that baby come up with some drugs in their system, you ain't going to have no custody whatsoever of that child. So it's unfortunate. It's like a lot of people don't know, and I'm going to say this right quick. I'm going to get off of here and listen a little bit. But during the civil rights thing, we had all the people fighting for our civil rights. But at the same time, they had a lady named Margaret Sanger who was involved in Planned Parenthood. That's a white woman. And she had an idea to destroy our black community in the 60s with Planned Parenthood. That didn't work as much as they want to. Then crack cocaine, that's an experimental drug because white folks weren't doing it. And then to wrap it up, before I really got away from it, people started mixing with everything. They look under the kitchen cabinet and put whatever they had, boric acid, whatever, and mix it up. And then you might have a trace of cocaine in that stuff. There used to be somebody had some kind of class where they say you some dope, they say you some dope. But these people, the last 30 years, and I've been away for a while from all that activity, they would take whatever they had and mix it up and wouldn't give a damn what you put in your system. So damage can be done. Brain damage, your autoimmune system, anything. First of all, most people that I know recovering, they OCD. They got to keep doing things over and over because they can't relax. They got to be always doing stuff, especially crack users. They always had that problem. They either wash their car 100 times or do something. They cannot relax. They cannot sit down. So it's unfortunate, and I pray, thank God, I pray for anybody. I lost a lot of people close to me because that drug, here, women that you've seen, it used to be out here in Harvey and places I was around when I was young, the women walking up and down Wood Street and Page Street 24/7 selling beautiful girls at one time, but they didn't take that one hit. And the thing about crack, people don't know, that first hit is the best it's ever going to be. You trying to chase, they call it chasing Jason. Mm-hmm. When they get trying to recapture that first move they've ever had, it'll never happen. The more you take, your tolerance get greater and greater and greater. but you're never able to get that first high you ever had. But I just pray, for everybody that I might affect it with, or people I know, because like I said, it was in our black culture, being around that in around the early '80s, late '80s, and late '70s, all that drugs was always glorified in our community. You see the players, the pimps, the hustlers, everybody was in that life. And then the girls that was out there, they never speak about the people who were destroyed by it, the people who had dreams in their life, and they took their first bump, or they shot up that needle, or somebody influenced them. It's easily how it go. You would always find the junkies would always get somebody who had a good job. It'll be 3 or 4 of them like getting high. And they see, oh, Bob, he got to work at a factory here. He got to make good money. Come on, man. Come on with us. They get him to take that high, and they got somebody to bankroll that high. That's how it works. Without nobody to sponsor, you in trouble because they can steal from all their family members. They won't let them in the house. The police really don't want to deal with them unless it was something big. So, look, boosters and like stealing out your family and then selling your your food stamps at that time and whatever else you hustle. They do whatever you can to get some dope because they're dope. Because like whenever they get that fiend for it, they got to quench it and stuff. Until they get that done, is a problem. But unfortunately, this was unleashed on our community, and they never gave us no help. All they did is in 1994 they came up with a crime bill to lock brothers up. Another problem. If you got a drug problem, going to jail, you ain't finna get clean going to jail. Shit, they got drugs in jail if people don't know that.
Yeah, they got them.
Yeah, so what the hell? You just sitting them in there with more criminals. So you gonna make a monster up in there. So anyway, I'm gonna lay back. I'm gonna lay on the line and let y'all speak at first. All right, peace,
brother. So to our younger people audience that is listening, we're not glorifying what we did in the past. At least I'm not. Speak for myself. It breaks my heart to know. Sometimes it hurts me to even think about that I did what I did. Now, I will say this to the younger people that don't know what we're really talking about. Some of you guys need to sit down with your parents, your biological parents, or your grandmother, because more likely the grandmama was taking on a lot of crack babies. She was taking on a lot of them. Even though she was tired and weak in her body, she just made sure you had a roof over your head and a place to lay down and a place to eat. It was a lot of grandmamas back in there taking care of these babies. They was the mothers. Because some of these girls, they had these babies, they drop that load, they gone right back out in the street. Back in the street. I'm telling you.
About this, Martin.
Yeah. Hold on. Who said that? Yeah.
All the young people saying is,
hold on,
it's not the white man's fault.
No, brother, hold on. Hey, young man, let me explain something to you.
That's all we're saying. That's all the
No.
generation.
You haven't even heard us say nothing about the white man. Let me just tell you this, bro. Let me just say that I want you to learn something in life. Just keep living. Listen, what kind of person or people or race of people would put something in a community like that and know what it would do to any effects of it? Is that an evil person?
What community would pick it up and use it?
Hold on. Is it first of all, let me just say this to you. The crack babies who we're talking about, they never use drugs. You was born with drugs in your system. You've never used drugs. I don't know what you're doing now, but I'm talking about when you was born. So who do you blame? You blame your mother? Huh?
I'm blaming anyone.
So you tell me you don't blame your mama for you being born with drugs in your system?
I can't help how I was born.
That's my point. My point. But who put drugs in your system? Did your mother do it?
Did it.
Huh?
He did it, but I'm not putting no blame on her.
Well, and you can't hold her accountable for her actions?
Only people I can hold accountable is whoever I grew up with.
Brother, hold on. How you gonna hold people who you grew up with and you can't hold your own mother accountable for you born with drugs in your system? That don't make sense.
I can't even remember none of that. How can I hold her accountable?
Brother, you just told me that you was born with drugs in your system. So
yeah, I seen the paperwork.
Okay, now you can't hold your mother accountable for what she did?
only can hold the people accountable in the household I was born in, grew up in.
Okay, you born in. Well, who you born to? Your mama had you, didn't she?
Yep. The
Now
household I grew up in.
you ain't making sense, bro. You're not making sense. So the very woman
Those
that
are the only
had
people I
you,
can hold accountable.
so you can't hold on.
So actually,
Hold it.
actually making perfect sense.
Hold it.
Because, you know,
Sure is.
go ahead.
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
Well, not to cut y'all off, but you know, it's a mental thing because I adopted my sister's children
Mm-hmm.
because she was on drugs, and where they should have fought their mother, they don't.
See?
So I guess it may be a coping mechanism amongst them because I'm not saying that he act like the rest of them, but they act alike.
Let me say this, Sam. Let me say this. First of all, young brother, no disrespect to you. You know, I share my platform with all you guys. Now, listen, brother. Everybody that picked up a drug that sold it, everybody picked up a drug that used it should be held accountable. Period. I'm talking about the drug dealer and the drug user. That's what I'm talking about. We are to get out here and help rebuild our community up. Make our wrongs right. Because listen, you're not responsible if you're born white or black. You can't choose your parents when you're born in this world. For you not to say that you don't hold your mother accountable is wrong. It's dead
I'm saying
wrong.
I hold the household more accountable.
But no. I ain't talking about your household. I'm talking about your mom who had you, your biological mother.
Well, what happened in the household? See, it might have been something that happened in the household because a lot of these kids was being placed in households that they were being mistreated in. They didn't feel equal to the biological
Right.
children. They were being bullied by the biological children because maybe the parents wanted them there, but the kids didn't want them there. So, you know, it's just like.
Okay, let me
I
say
hit the
this.
lottery on the crack baby adoption.
Okay, hold it. Let me just say this. Now I got a text.
I hit the lottery.
Okay, hold on. I got a text, and the text simply says, accountability is everything. There's a difference
I said it.
from sympathy and empathy. Let me say that again. That's a good point. There's a difference from sympathy and empathy. I think that's a great point. That's a great point. That is a great point. So I'm telling my young brother, not one time on this podcast, now you heard me blame the white man. I know he put it in the community. Listen, it's not made in this country. It's not made in the black community. But I
know we picked it up.
Yeah, we picked it up. We picked it up. And if we picked it up,
blame ourselves.
Right. So why can't you blame your mother for picking it up? She black, is she? Is she white?
I can't help how I was.
Brother, I'm asking you, why can't you blame your mother for picking it up? Now you can't hold on. You can't hold on, brother. You cannot hold other black people accountable, and you don't hold your own mother accountable if she black.
No, we hold the black community accountable.
No, brother, hold on. We ain't talking about community right now. We're talking about individual right now. Your mother had you. You was born.
Community.
You was born with drugs in your system. I don't know what drugs. It's none of my business. With drugs in your system.
Crack cocaine.
Okay.
Well,
So you think your mother didn't play a role? Yeah, I mean, she. Okay, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead. You want to say something?
It was a personal choice of your mother's.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the white folks didn't come into the neighborhood and drop us drugs in the community. They made it accessible to poor stricken communities. You know, some saw it as a better way for them to live, and others saw it as a way of getting high. So it was a win-lose situation for everybody. And you know, and in the midst, it's just the way things were. So your mother, it was still her choice to go out and purchase the drug. Me personally, I didn't sell to pregnant women. If I found out somebody purchasing for me was pregnant, it was over with. I'm done. You're not getting that from me. That's just how it was. But
Okay.
there was other people that said,
Sab, I got another text. Go, I'll let you talk. It said, but had his mother had not had her problem, he would have not grown up in the household that he was forced to live in. I'm going to read that again. But
That's why
but he's not the only one.
Well, I'm just
He's
saying.
not the only. He is not the only one.
I know he's not the only one. I know he's not the only
one. This is where the abuse and the molestation and all this other stuff came about. You know, and a lot of these adults are victims. And see, you have that. Then you have these. They're trying to have children and raise families of their own when they have their own thing going on, and they still stuff that they have not completely got answers to. You know, I can only imagine. And every mother or father during that time didn't do drugs. It was a choice. I mean, I have children, and my oldest would have been 35, and we don't have, you know, kids that had substance abuse problems. You know, yes, it was the 90s. You either sold drugs, you was selling drugs, or you was doing drugs. That's just the way things was. And yes, we had mailmans, we had people with great jobs, and they was what we would call functioning crackheads.
Mm-hmm.
They would do crack on their job. Martin, you know, the mailman over there on 70th and Wentworth. Hell, the whole community was looking for that man, you know, to get their food stamps, and he'd be locked up somewhere getting high. He come out there 8, 9 o'clock at night, delivering mail, trying to deliver mail. You know what I'm saying? But it was just during that time. And a lot of these kids, being people in his age group, were victims.
Mm-hmm.
You know, victims by their parents,
mm-hmm.
victims by their adopters,
mm-hmm.
victims, you know, by people. And what I mean by victims is
shame the devil.
What I mean by victims is not being treated in a household that you was forced to live in. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm pretty sure you would have rather lived with your mother.
I wouldn't.
Well,
Martin.
Well, maybe given the circumstances. But okay, go ahead.
Okay, let me take this new caller. 1381, new call. Thank you for holding, caller.
Hey, what's going on?
I
just want to put this out here. I just want to put this out here for crack, because I keep hearing emphasis on the mothers. And even with the young man talking to, the emphasis on the mothers. You know, that's a chemical drug. So it brings about a chemical change. You know, they teach you in science about chemical changes, you know, even in grammar school. So that chemical change, it ain't got to be the mama. You know, it may not be the mama that the effects come through. Yeah, the baby may come through the mama, but what you take in as a man, you know, go through your liver. Your liver was the one that produced the drops of sperm. You know, so when crack in that sperm in that man's, you know, testicles, you know what I'm saying? That can bring about the bad effects in the child. And not just that, but you know, to the young brother on the phone, you know, if you look at the community, it ain't just the people. It take effect of the community as a whole. You know, a lot of these abandoned lots was buildings there. People selling drugs all out them buildings, getting high all in them buildings. You know, homes catching on fire because people, you know, crack pipes blowing up, you know, in the faces, etc. You know, the crack epidemic killed our communities, made a tragedy in our communities. And then, yeah, we got crack in the 80s, but they done tested that to see the results in the 30s, in the 40s. So they knew what the crack epidemic would do to our communities, what it'll do to the body, what it'll do to the brain, to where that's the way we getting the effects. Even if you ain't have someone in your family that was on crack, just being in them environments bring about a mental issue to the children in that neighborhood because they seeing these things. You know, me growing up in the projects, I'm seeing my friends' mothers, you know, on crack, and they going selling themselves, you know. And then I'm a young boy, you know what I'm saying, and women trying to sell themselves to me, you know, as a young boy because they want to go get high. It brings about a trauma and a disservice to the mind of the community, especially the children. Everyone has their effects of a negative effect, whether we know it or not. You know, a lot of, like your brother said earlier, Mark said earlier, a lot of us don't know or understand the effects that it brought about because
Thank you,
we
brother.
see certain
Tell the
lifestyle.
truth
We
and
see
shame the devil. Go ahead, keep
we
talking,
see
brother.
certain lifestyle. We see certain lifestyle as a form of normal when it's really abnormal. It's morbid. Look up the word morbid. It's a sickness. It's a sickness of the mind, and that it's a great topic, and it's a great subject, and it done a great disservice to the community as a whole. It hurt the churches. You had people getting high in the churches, in their temples, etc. It hurt. You had preachers selling slaves. I remember at one point in time on the west side, they were robbing the preacher because they were looking better than the drug dealers.
Mm-hmm.
They had better cars than the drug dealers. It affected us as a whole, no matter where you was at, what community you was at, even our uppity people that was in the suburb. It got out in the suburb and they went crazy. The violence that it brought about. It brought about a lot of violence. Like they mentioned the murders, it brought about a lot of violence.
Preach, brother.
You know what I'm saying? Let's say, what's the number of the I'm not saying in years where the number of the number of murders in 1 year, we don't experience that in one neighborhood in certain areas. In one neighborhood. You know, it was crazy. It just even if you ain't had nothing to do with it, even if you still kept a clean head, you went to school, you worked, etc., family, good household, and things like that, it still affected you. It still affected you. The things you saw, it affects your mind and it harms our mind. And we pass that on into generation, that trauma, that drama, that abnormal of the mind. Like I said, and it can come from the father. The mama can be clean.
Mm-hmm.
And he go have sex with that woman, and next thing you know, that child come out with some kind of abnormalcy, some dysfunction or something wrong with it, with the person. All right, thank you, Mark. Peace.
Man, brother, I got to agree with you. You ain't never came so clear like that to me, boy. You broke it down, didn't you? Man, you broke it down. I got to give it to you, man. You made it plain today, bro. I just had to be quiet. I felt like a student today. Listen to you. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Man, I can go deep into it, man. But you know,
I know.
It ain't. Let me say this, Mark. I ain't no bad guy, nothing like that. But people got to realize,
man.
You know what I'm saying? Like Miss Jackson, them they down there fight for their power. You got to realize,
man,
I'm fighting for my wife.
Yeah,
my wife and child.
Right.
For my wife and child, and people try. Now let me say
no, bro. I don't even want to put them in this. Let's leave that alone. Let's stick with what we've been just going
right.
Leave that alone. Leave that alone.
But I'm talking about me.
I know you talking about you. I just leave that alone. We want to stay focused on what we're talking about today.
On the,
You know what
on
I'm
the
saying?
subject,
That's
right,
it.
right, right.
We don't want
right.
to
Well,
detour.
Mike, man, email me and talk with me, man.
Right. So
Yeah,
let me just say this, people.
you're right. Let's
bro.
more important. Thank
Okay.
you, Mike.
Now, thank you. Now, listen, for those of you out there, a lot of this behavior that we see that the brother talked about is coming from that era. It's coming from that era. It's like trauma is passed down. You know, it's like a mama telling you to get married. She ain't never been married. You know, or don't get married. Tell you don't get married because she ain't never had no husband. You played the field. Now you all old, don't nobody want you. You know, so crack have played a part on people's mental health. Have played on mental health. Some people can't even be in a good relationship, a healthy relationship. They don't know. Healthy is abnormal to them, not normal to them. Period. They have these outbursts. You know, they break down and just go into, this close up. I want to be by myself, this isolation. They're going through some things mentally because of not just the mom, the father too, the brother, right? It don't just have to be the mom, it could be the father as well. So the brother broke it down so good. I like the way he did it. So the focus tonight is not on you selling crack or have sold crack. The focus is on the crack babies and their children. That's what the focus is on tonight. Now, crack, no one told you pick up a pipe and put it in your mouth. You're right, but it was there. Life is full of choices. We do understand it, but also life has to bring about some accountability for your actions too as well. So don't talk about the choices if we can't have accountability for our choices. So they go hand in hand. Can't be no good without bad. Can't be no wrong without right. Can't be no light without no darkness. They go hand in hand. So we can't just hold the whole black race accountable and we don't hold our brother, our sister, our father, our mother, or cousin. Somebody got to mute your phone. Somebody had some kitchen stuff or whatever. But so what I'm saying here tonight, people are suffering. People are wondering why they can't have a normal life. It's been told to me once upon a time, I'm going to say it, I'm going to try to say it a nice way. When holiday come around, that's one of the most depressing times. When you have been given up for an adoption, right? Okay. And you really don't know who your biological parents are or whatever, and everybody want to be around their family around holiday time, Christmas time and Thanksgiving time and things like that. So you never know what a person going through. You just never know. Family is everything for somebody that didn't grow up with their family. That's why some of these people go out here, especially young ladies or men, they go out and make a baby so they can have something to love, something they can start their own family with. And that's real talk. Family is important, people. Love your family. Now, this is me, y'all, and I'm going to say that this is my personal opinion, and I don't want to throw my opinion off on nobody, but this is me. If you can carry a baby to 36 to 40 weeks in your stomach, and when the baby is born, you drop the baby off like the baby ain't nothing and walk away and live your life like nothing else, I'm afraid of you. I'm scared of you. I'm afraid of you. I'm scared of you because if something could come out of you and you don't give a care, I didn't come out of you, so I know you can't care for me just as much as a baby came out of your stomach that you birthed. I'm afraid of you. And I can't understand, and I don't want to think I'm just picking on the women, but the men too, because men, you out here making babies. And I'll tell all men, if you out here making babies, and if you don't bond with your baby, it'd be just like a woman. You just walk away like nothing ever happened. Don't care. No type of attachment or nothing at all. Listen, one thing I learned in life, our children, our babies, some of them adults now, they didn't ask to come here. They did not ask to come here. They deserve a normal life like any other child. But for you to put your child in foster care because of your habit or your madness, as you call it, and that child get abused, sexually abused, or verbally abused, mistreated, how you think that child gonna feel about their biological parent? Why did you take me through this? It's like a father that you knew who your daughter was, but you never paid her a visit. You never called or nothing. You didn't show up at a graduation. You did nothing. Listen, sometimes, I would say all the time, people need to know who their father is. Because your father gives you your identity, period. But some of these parents, they're going to take their secret to the grave. And they tell their children or their child, your father dead, and they know good well that man ain't dead. But what parent going to tell you, I was out there on crack and having sex with a lot of men? Parents not going to tell you that. They're going to keep that far away from. Now, you might hear about it through her sister, your auntie, or her mother or your grandmother might tell you. You might hear a little wind of it. Some of us right now that's listening to me right now, your mother probably was once on drugs and you don't know nothing about it. Maybe it's good that you didn't know it, because you probably would have lost respect for her. Now, Sam, you could agree with me on that if you're still on here. Yeah, you're still on here, I think. Yeah. That we didn't have no respect for we didn't have no respect for drug users. Now we treat them right because it was our money, but we didn't have no respect for them. We didn't have no respect for them. Listen, I come from a family.
I mean,
let me say this, Sam. My father was on drugs, cocaine. My brother was on cocaine. My brother, he did cocaine and heroin and died from full-blown AIDS from sharing needles and stuff. Then I had a cousins on drugs. Man, listen, I seen it. I remember, no, I shouldn't say this. I ain't gonna say it. My brother did something to my mother on a dying bed. Took something. And I never forget that. I mean, the boy was terrible. He was mean. He was terrible. So you can't tell me what that rock cocaine can't do, make your mind do. I'm telling you. And I remember one of my brothers. Okay, hold on, brother. I remember one of my brothers that he had got off drugs. Now all of a sudden he wanted to be a drug dealer. And I asked him, I said, now listen, bro. This is what I told him. I said, man, you've been in and out of jail for 30 years on and off drugs and all that. Now, all of a sudden, you want to sell drugs. The very thing that took you, made you look bad, now you doing it. That's not right. But go ahead, Sam. Then I'm going to go to the new caller. Go ahead, Sam. Then I'm going to go to the new caller.
Well, I was just going to respond to the point when you said we didn't respect them. You know, it's kind of hard to respect somebody that don't respect themselves. You know, because that crack cocaine, man, it was bad. It was bad.
Mm-hmm. It was bad.
Had women selling their daughters, had men selling their bodies, and that was just for a bump. You know, man, it was rough. It was a rough era, man.
Yeah. The worst thing I ever seen, man. Let me say this: the worst thing I ever seen is a black woman on cocaine. A woman, period. Because you know, women can get sex faster than man. Because they can go out there and sell their body,
man. That was the
man.
worst thing for a black woman.
Man, yeah, to be on drugs, man. Man.
That was the worst thing for a black woman, because black woman was the head of the household. And you know, when she got out on that stuff, you know, it was a major malfunction within the black household. You know, like because I'm not gonna say the white man, but you know, history is a discussion for another show. But you know, history has forbidden a black man to be in the home.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's just how it is, man.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go to the new caller. 1148. Come on, caller. 1148.
Wow. Thank you. I think that this is a phenomenal conversation to have, And something that Mr. Sam just said really just blew me away, the respect piece. And it's so profound when we think about the respect and the trauma and how it has diminished across the generations because of what we've seen in our communities. So it's hard to have respect and relationships with parents, grandparents, children, when nobody respects each other enough to kind of like look past what the current situation is and see the trauma, like respecting each other on a level where I see you, I understand you, but most importantly, I'm rooting for you. And me personally, it's heavy. It's heavy when you derive from it. To raise your hand and say, I was born with over 6 different drugs in my system. To raise your hand and say they have footage of me having withdrawals as a child. To raise my hand and say I birthed a child and I still see fear. I see so much fear. Just me having a child and holding so much responsibilities is scary, right? But then also knowing that there's no one to run to, there's no protection, and then you're trying to act as if everything is normal. I'm 32 years old. I'm a female. I'm a woman. I'm a mother. I'm a daughter. I'm all these things, but at the same time, I'm lost, and there's very little guidance. And at the same time, you want guidance, you want acceptance, you want love, you want all these things, but there's a heavy community that judge you, that portrays you to be imbalanced, unstable, right? And all of those things are scary when you have social media that will mock you, that will, betray you to be a bad mother or betray you as something that you're not. But the truth is you're hurting. Right. And I think, too, you can, remember the past and remember how devastating it was, but we're still walking in a lot of devastation, just hoping not to repeat the past, hoping not to roll the blunt. I don't want to try to really maneuver soberly is exhausting. And then when you short-staffed on family, it's heartbreaking, and when you mention the holidays, Brother March, I'm like, that's it. It's holiday season, so just being intentional with extending a hand, being intentional that somebody feels like a black sheep. So you offer kind words or invitations, even if you don't mean it. It means the most. It means the most to the black sheep. You see what I'm saying? Who's trying to turn into the goat? You see what I'm saying? And to look at your babies and and feel like, man, I'm the only one who loves you, even though I'm not doing 100% right by you, is heartbreaking. So I think that moving forward, I think what the generation need, especially the generation that was born in the 80s and the 90s, we need a little bit more patience and a lot more love, a little bit more dedication and a lot more hugs. To be honest, like, I just feel like, I wish we had more answers. I wish we had more solutions, more funnels to really stop the train wreck that we in. I mean, just thinking about, we have a lot of revolutionaries that get on the line and they talk, and I love it, right? But I need solutionaries. I need people who are solution driven to really kind of get in front of this curve, because if not, we're going to see the same thing happen, more of our children die in the street. And it's too much blood on our hands already. It's way too much. So I think, again, not putting no blame on a white man, because we know what he did, but also not falling into defeatism, because we can easily be a people of defeatism, and we can't be defeated right now. This is the time to really come together, mobilize, love on each other in these relationships. I promise, I think that, like, this is so scary and everybody's so scared to love, but this is when we need it the most. You know, even if you are estranged to your sister, your brother, you know, just really intentionally biting down your fear of rejection, your fear of looking dumb, stupid, your fear, and saying, man, I still love you. I love you. Like, really knowing that it could save a life or it could save a moment. Like, it can change how the next person is treating their children. The babies is dying, and they're not just dying. They're not dying physically like we think. They're dying mentally and emotionally and spiritually. So just keeping those things in mind and being intentional with what we say with our words, being intentional with how we move, I think that's going to be a part of our healing. I know I need it. So that's all I wanted to come in and say. I don't want to take up too much of anyone's time, but I really appreciate the conversation.
Can I ask you a question real quick? What would you tell the young man that was on here? He's 25 years old. I mean, you guys like a 7-year age gap. What would you tell? Could you give him any advice or anything? Because he said he grew up in a good household, and is there any advice that you can give him since you guys share similar backgrounds?
You know, I think that, to be honest, I'm in no position to give any advice. I know that there's a lot of things above me, and I know that there's a lot of things that I'm above, but I do understand that purpose comes from all of this. And if you understand what you have been through, and if you understand what's in you, you can walk and move in a lot of purpose. And that's what I do. You know what I'm saying? As much as I'm trying to give advice, I'm trying to take advice too. So this is probably something that's really meant for myself, right? But I do understand. I can't empathize with you. I can't say I understand your story completely, but I do know we walk a similar path. And I feel like purpose comes from these paths. You know, there's no one else who has your story. There's no one else who has your mother's story. So the best thing I think we both can do is to be an improvement on what came before us, to tell the story, to be brave and courageous enough to put our vulnerability out there and hope to change the next generation that comes after us.
Okay. I have one more question. Somebody just texted me to ask a question. They said that ask him or her, what is their concept of family? I'm sorry. What's your concept of family? Somebody just texted me. One of my either or, the young man can answer it or you can answer it. Yeah.
I can get the concept.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me.
Sure.
It's a mother, father, Christian values, discipline, love as well. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. When I think about a concept of family, you know, social media is running rampant, right? And family is who you create bonds with, and family is who, you know, your relatives, and this. It's so many different concepts of family. And again, I always look inward whenever I'm asked a question. I look inward. To me, it's a safe space. To me, it's a safe space. Family, to me, I'm gonna be honest. Considering that I was adopted and I'm estranged from my biological family, and looking back, my household was great, but I'm still fighting through my own traumas with my adopted family. And even though I love them because we grew up together, I sometimes question, you know, a lot of the motives and the intentions. So when I think about family, I also think about people who make me grow in a safe space. You know, it's a challenge to be family with each other and then still have disagreements and things of that nature. But I love going into dark places and finding light intentionally. I think it's a part of my purpose. So even though family is such a sore spot for me, anybody that creates a path for me to grow mentally, emotionally, spiritually it creates a safe space for me. I'm safe when I can grow. I'm safe when I can learn more about myself. And my family, biological and adoptive, they teach me how to do that. So even though I can't hug my mom and say, I love you, I know that I can grow. If I ever want a place to grow, it's with that family. If I ever want a place where I can try to heal myself, it's by putting myself in hard situations, having hard conversations with the people I know I can't run from. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not going to let you run from it. It'll haunt you arguing with your family, your auntie, your cousin, your sister. It'll haunt you. So it either pushes you to grow or it creates fear for you to run away. So again, when I think of family, you know, you can love somebody so much, but at the same time, you know, it hurts you so much. But again, when you think about walking in purpose, it's going to force you to grow and be a better version of yourself. And that's what it does for me, you know, even in those places of like disagreement or those places of frustration and anger and hurt, it's either going to push you forward or it's going to hold you back. But it's all up in what you want it to do for self. And that's what I think of when I think of the concept of family. Siobhan, are you ready to grow? No, not today. Siobhan, are you ready to grow? Are you ready to start healing? Not today, right? Because those things are hard to do. But if ever it is a time that I do want to grow, I know where I can go.
Okay, the last final question to both of you guys. I just had another text. So do they see marriage as an option for an opportunity to form a family that they want?
Ooh, King, you gonna take this one real quick?
You repeated, Martin?
Okay, I read it. It said, do they see marriage as an option for an opportunity form a family that they want, to form a family that you want? So.
Ooh.
Yeah, it plays a big part. Just that bond, keep it together. It just plays a big part. As long as they're there, I don't think marriage really matters.
Okay. Okay, I can see that. Okay. Okay. Again, when I hear questions, I always go inwardly. I think marriage would heal me in a way that is necessary. So I don't think of it as an opportunity to fix anything. I think of it as a necessary part to healing, to committing, you know, really committing to something that was never truly, I never felt was committed to me. So mind you, when you are a product child, right, and you're most vulnerable, I mean, you're having withdrawals as a as a 2-day-old baby. You having withdrawals and your mother disowns you, abandons you. Your father never comes back for you. You know, you have a hard time with committing to anything when your own parents didn't commit to you. So to find not even a love, because as we all know, you can fall in and out of love, but to find a partner who would dare commit to you, ooh, who would go to God and take vows for you. Understand that a lot of times with abandonment comes a sense of unworthiness. So for me, I would hope someone would be so courageous to make a commitment to a product child, because that's what I am. I would hope someone goes to God and asks God how to love me in my darkest hours, because I go dark. I get dark, right? I would think that it's not an opportunity, but it's necessary for me and for my partner to find so much healing in each other that we see God first, and then we walk in purpose together. I think that interdependency is really important for our community, being interdependent, not codependent, but interdependent, meaning there's something I need in you, and hopefully there's something you need in me so we can move families forward. So commitment is something that I think is necessary for all of us.
Beautiful young lady.
Can I say one more thing, Mark?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Go ahead. No, let your brother talk. Go ahead, young man, 07. Go ahead.
So pretty much, you know, this entire life as a younger generation was pretty much the older generation's choices. Why we're in this.
Okay, I ain't gonna deny that. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go against what you said. Well, let me ask you a question. Now,
Yeah.
what is it that you want us to do, or what can we do as a been older generation? What can we do to rebuild the bridge? What can we do? I'm
I
asking
don't want
both of
to
you
say it,
guys.
Martin.
Say it, bro. Just say it. Just say it. You probably gonna say die out unknowing you, but go ahead and say it. It's
I think it's too far gone.
yeah. See now you.
I think it's too far gone.
It's too far gone, huh?
I'm just being honest.
Now, and
I'm
you a
being honest,
God-fearing
Martin.
Christian, brother? You don't believe in redemption?
I think it's too far gone.
You a
I promise
God-fearing
you.
Christian values,
It's
and
too
you don't
far
believe in.
gone.
So you telling me that grace can't
Sarge.
that's
We
that
can probably,
grace? Go ahead.
the older generation probably put a dent in it, but it's gonna take more than that.
Okay, what is listen, in your mind, I want you to dig into yourself, like the sister said. Go within yourself.
Yeah.
Go with your Christian values that your family put in you. Say, what can the older generation that dropped the ball on us, what can they do to repair what they have done to us, the younger generation? What can they do? Ask yourself, what is it? What would you be satisfied?
If they can't change the black culture, there's nothing they can do.
So, see the thing, I need to ask you a question real quick. Are your adopted parents white? It sounds like it.
Come on, Martin.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just
Why
asking.
we always got to do that?
No, but just answer the
Come on,
question. That's
bro.
all. I'm asking. Artie, you can be honest with me. I ain't gonna hold against
Come
you.
on, man. They fully black from the west side.
Okay, listen. I just had to ask a question. That's all, man. Cause see,
Come on.
I'm being honest with you. I have not given up on a black race, and I've lived longer than you. Now, some folks that, hey, I can't be around, I can't hang around. All I do is speak and keep going. Trust me, I protect my peace at all times. People don't believe me. I tell them I'm a loner. I'm a loner. I'm friendly, but 80-90% of the time, I'm by myself. I'm rolling. Not that I don't have friends.
Martin.
Would you hold on? What's that button now? Hold it. I got a buddy on here right now that I consider a good friend of mine. A couple of them on here. One I've been knowing over 50 years. Sam. Sam is a good buddy of mine. Real good buddy of mine. I met him in the journey. We did auctions and all that. It's a good friend of mine. That's somebody that I can talk to and be Martin Johnson. I ain't got to worry about him taking no information on this popular Martin Johnson and go give it to somebody to use it against me. But that's a brother that I can cut my wrist for some blood drip. He can cut his. He's that type of brother. So I love him for that. And he tells me things to help me out. Now, I'm older than he is, but he gives me good direction. And I trust that he will do that and never fail. And every time he gives me some information, it goes exactly the way he said to go. Hey, you need to do this. You do this, go and do it. Go and do it. I mean, I'm just publicly saying that, and it ain't about he loaning me money or he got it ain't about none of that. It's the information that he gives me. It's that scripture in the Bible, and he's not a religious brother. Iron sharpens iron. He don't care about all the religious stuff. That's just not him. So let me ask my dear sister, whom I admire, been knowing quite a while. What can we do as the older generation to rebuild this thing that we dropped the ball on you guys?
Okay, now.
Let us have it.
I'm gonna ask everybody.
Let us have it.
I'm gonna ask you.
Let us have it. Come on with it.
Ask yourself.
Come on.
Ask yourself. If you've been a coward, if you've been a traitor, it's time to start having hard conversations, right? It's time to stop pointing the finger and blaming it, and I'm going to be the wiser generation before us, has a real hard time of taking accountability. And we don't see You know, one of the things that you said, Martin, that I think is so dope is like, I remember that being me. I created some of this damage, so you intentionally take your platform and you use it to help us to have these type of hard conversations. A lot of the older generation that come before us, and they don't want to admit it. And a lot of them are cowards behind it. They sit, they point, they talk. We got to stop that, man. Have the hard conversations, and it's okay if we shake the room with it.
Mhm.
It's okay to shake the room. Get your boots muddy with it, right? But don't run from it, because I can't run from it. He can't run from it. The kids can't run from it. We living in it. So I think a lot of the coward, it's betrayal, it's traitorism. Like it's like, what you running from? I'm a better version of you. And you still back in these conversations. And again, if it brings apart some type of healing, that's what it got to do. It's got to intentionally bring about healing, even if it get dirty, even if it get muddy. Okay. I think a lot of times it's a hide the finger. I mean, it's a throw the rock, hide the hand type of thing going on. And it's like, okay, if that's what you're doing, don't come this way. You know, that's where I lose respect. Me personally, I lose respect from when cowards around me. Let's talk about it. Let's have a hard conversation. Don't duck no conversation, or don't just blame and point the finger and say you ain't and you ain't this and you ain't what. And I get it, right? But at the same time, if you really want healing, we got to do the hard work it's gonna take. We got to have the hard conversations. We got to put it on the table, you know. And I just think that, again, it ain't too many people who willing to go in that dark place and intentionally do the work. You know, everybody can talk about, I'm doing the work. You're doing the work up until it's time to talk. Everybody grown until it's time to have a conversation. We got to open our mouths. We got to put it on the table. And I think that's something that will start a healing process, you know, because there's a lot of hurt out here. We talk about a lot of the damage that's being done out here, but ask the question, why? Why are they doing it? Why are they going downtown? Why? Why are they doing this stuff? Why? Because you want to blame it on the chemical imbalance, but at the same time, a lot of y'all ain't never been balanced. We ain't never seen balance in the household, in the community. So mixing with that, nobody's having conversations. Nobody's having the real necessary, the hard conversations. We running and ducking that because it comes with too much accountability. The brother, and something he said, he didn't want to put blame on his mom. He don't want, because it's a hard fight to be fought with that monkey on your back. So you rather get understanding than hold somebody's feet to the fire. So I get that. But at the same time, it's a hummingbird in my ear too. Your mom left you for crack. It's something hunting me too. So again, until we ready to have them hard conversations, till y'all ready to be heroes instead of zeros, don't come over here. It's weak. It's cowardly. Stop. Again, I think it's just going to take for that type of honesty to be had.
Okay, B-Red, go ahead. We got Sarge, but go ahead, B-Red. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm going to make it quick. You know, I did this last week, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
When I say that we dropped the ball, I think I spent 5 whole minutes, you know, taking accountability for what we did. I don't think the young lady was on the show at that time when I told the whole world that it was our generation to put kids in the dope game. It was our generation that put kids on these corners. It was our generation that left their kids for crack. And the reason that we don't want to really have these conversations, brother, miss both of y'all, young people, y'all need to hear what I'm saying to you for real. Because most of y'all are speaking from the heart. This particular young lady absolutely has some therapy. And you, sir, have not. You can tell the difference between the way she talks about her situation, not only maturity, but in the way she's assessing her situation and the way you assess yours. And the reason that most of us, the reason we haven't had these conversations with this generation because of shame. We turned out our kids and grandkids from Mercedes Benzes, gold chains, money,
tell the truth,
pussy, and all of those things. We turned over our whole generation for materialistic things, and we shame of that now. We see it in our grandkids. We see it in our kids. We see the mistakes that we made by allowing y'all to get into the dope game, get in the game, and not steer y'all the other direction. We put y'all in track houses at 9, 10 years old. We did all of that. And now we sitting back and looking at our grandbabies as we got a little bit older, a little bit wiser, and said, we turned out our whole community for nothing but fucking cars, money, and dope and hoes. And that's it. And that's in a nutshell. And that's why we can look at a young person like the one that just finished speaking with all the maturity of a 32-year-old who has figured it out. And sit and say, yeah, y'all are cowards, man. Y'all want to look at what y'all did. You're right. We won't. Yeah, we turned over our neighborhoods for dope and money. And that's fact.
Mark,
And we're sorry for that.
can I say
We can't
The brother
fix
talking.
a lot of the stuff that's we can't fix a lot of the stuff that's going on because we don't know how to reach y'all. Because we put y'all in a place that's so dark and so small that we can't even reach in there and pull y'all back. And what we're doing now, people, Martin and me and other people of our age, we trying desperately to talk y'all out of these dark spaces. But the talking ain't working. Y'all don't listen to us. Y'all don't want to hear what we got to say. Because y'all can see the shame and cowardice, like he's saying, all over our face. I'm going to land the plane. And Mark, you take it from there, but you know what I'm trying to say, bro. I went through this last week. I did a whole 5-minute apology.
Yeah. You brother, you're right. I mean, and I accept my accountability to what I've done. I can't undo the past. I accept it. And that's why this platform is open to young people, younger people, to express themselves without being attacked, without not being safe. You're safe here. Any young person come on this live, you're safe. I'm not going to allow nobody to attack another young person on here, especially they speaking their mind, because we need to know, because there's a gap. There's a gap. They don't want to listen to us, and we don't want to listen to them. And see, one thing about me, when I grew up, I always have been honest with my own soul. I said, God, I was dead wrong. I was wrong. Now, I may not admit it to nobody else, but I admit it to God. I said, God, I'm wrong. And I live up to my accountability, what I've done in the community. That's why I work so hard and keep a good name. Trust me. I never try to take advantage of nobody, male, female, no matter what they got or whatever. Say, Lord, let me be humble. Let me do right by people. If I can't do right by you, I don't want to be around you, period. And that's just my makeup. Now, I said I lost a lot selling drugs. I lost my family because of drugs. I can't go into detail, but it's real, people. Listen, y'all, let me just tell y'all, for those of you that was born with drugs in y'all system, it's a curse too. Trust me. I went 20 years. I ain't never used drugs. I never smoked drugs. I never attempted to do it, but my finance was cursed. I mean, it was cursed. It was like when money come in my hand, it just go right out. I couldn't save no money. I was like, man, is I'm on drugs or something? What's wrong with me? But couldn't save it. Couldn't save no money.
Martin.
No, I'm talking about myself. Yeah, I'll let you talk. Hold on, brother. Listen, I'm talking about myself. This is my experience. So this is my experience. This is not for nobody else. I'm talking about me. So I consider it being a curse. Couldn't get my credit right. Just my finance was just all messed up. I swear, maybe this is the punishment that I really get. Because, most brothers, a lot of them, be ready, you can witness that, they went to penitentiary, brother. They got felonies on their back. Felonies right now because of the 80s and the 90s, selling drugs. I was blessed. I'm not a felon. I'm a felon, but just to get caught, if I may use that. Not on paper, if I say that. Because listen, I got caught up one time, and God blessed me to get out. I didn't have to snitch on nobody. I ain't had to give up nothing or nothing. I'm telling you. And some people right now,
you can steal and carry, Mark.
But they can't listen. They can't say what I say because the court documents say, hey, A told on B, did this. It's in the paper. Listen, I tell any man and any woman, just watch me. And if I say I love you, that means I got to treat you right. I got to treat you right. I can't treat you like an animal. And some people love animals more than they love humans. So that's why I say I love being black, because I'm concerned about the black community. Now, I know a lot of us are not got it going on, ain't on point and all. And it's okay. But the world is a stage. What's the world without no murders and rapists and all? I hate to sound like hypocrite, but that makes up the world. It makes up the world. Listen, I had a discussion with a young lady the other day. Somebody out here got AIDS. And they look normal. Somebody's dying from AIDS. These numbers that they present in front of us, they are real. They real. And we don't talk about it. We just don't talk. Certain conversations that's painful and dark, no one wants to talk about it. We don't talk about overdose in our community. We don't talk about that. We all know somebody that overdosed on some type of drug, whether it's cocaine or whatever, overdose. It's real, people, in our community. So when we get together as a people and, hey, what are the real issues? That's how we have to fight. And men, we have to stand up. We have to take our rightful place. Because when you go to these protests, you see a bunch of black women. I ain't mad at them. Black men, we in the back, we saying nothing. Listen, I've seen a lot of women have men, and I call them, they're Iron Man with creamy feelings. They just a man. That's it. All they know how to do is be confrontational. But when it come down to getting things done or approaching a business, they don't know how to do that. How to get some information. So on this channel, people, going into the new year, we're going to do things different. We're going to reach more and more and more people. This is like a therapy. It's like a healing, people. This channel I'm on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter X. Somebody's listening. Trust me. Somebody's listening. And hopefully we've influenced somebody, made somebody think, we challenged their thinking to change. The young sister come on here. She told us how she felt. She spoke her mind. She probably thought we was going to get upset. Well, I didn't get upset with her because I know it's the truth. The brother, I didn't get upset with him. But go ahead, more real news. Go ahead. More real news. Come on, then I got this one. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. I want to start off from where the older brother before the young lady spoke. He brought out something that's very important. And anybody that lived back then, just think about it, because what everyone has said from him on up until what Mark just said, you can tie into this, that what happened. He mentioned about the household, about the man not being in the household because of the system and et cetera. And that's true. It was a lot of women, and they got documentaries that wanted to be on welfare and stuff like that. You know, they wanted that money and things. The man out the household.
Brother. Now we ain't trying to.
But let me go. Now I'm finna go. This tie into the crack thing.
Okay, come on.
This tie to the crack thing.
Hold on. I know he's telling the truth, but I'm not trying to go there. I want to stick to the subject. What we talking about? Go ahead.
Now just go with the subject, please. Just hear me out, man. My friend. So and this goes what I'm saying, what the lady saying about the cowards and all this stuff in there. Crack what allowed the man to even get back into the household. A lot of women were letting the man come in to sell crack, or because he was a crack dealer, drug dealer, whatever. Crack what allows the man to come back into the household the wrong way. That's what I want to say.
Okay, let me just say this in response to what the brother said. Every man didn't leave the black household. Now, let me just say that. Some men was there with their family. Every black man didn't get kicked out the house for finances and all that. I know every man, that's not every black man's story. Claudine, that's not every black man's story. So don't believe the hype what y'all see. It was some black men that loved their wife, their girlfriend, whatever, significant other, and they were still there. Trust me. So I'm not gonna let us.
No, that's true.
That's true. I know what you're saying. But you know what? Women are attracted to money. Who wouldn't want no man with money?
Right.
Who wouldn't want it? Who would want it? But then when you attracted to that man with money, you are sacrificing love, because he may not love you with one that make less money. So it all depends on what you want. It depends on what the woman want. You know, you got that guy that making $50,000, $40,000. He might love everything about you. Come home every day and loyal to you. But here go Big Money Grip. Hey, you know he got somebody on the side. All right, baby. You ain't gonna see him for 2 days. His phone going straight to the voicemail. But Big Money Grip, he pay your bills. And, he come to hold you and caress you and leave you a couple of $100, $1,000, whatever, and you satisfied. But you still feeling empty and lonely. He doesn't satisfy your soul. But go ahead, my dear sister. I gotta let Sarge go. Where you at, sister? What is she? Yeah, 9433. Come on. Thank you for your patience. Come on, 9433. Come on.
Yeah,
Then you next, Sarge.
yeah, Mark. I was gonna piggyback off of what you said. I had a close friend, died from a drug overdose. Her boyfriend came together, drove her to Wisconsin, gave her some fentanyl, and she ended up dying from drug overdose. So, what I think what we can do better as a community is get our kids and be mentors for them, because we are not perfect. There's no perfect families out here at all. Ain't nobody perfect. Everybody got an alcoholic, crackhead. Matter of fact, the kids brought a song out that said your mom was on crack rock. So this generation really don't know. They really blessed and messed up, but we all need some help. We all need some therapy. Everybody do.
Okay. All right, come on now, 12, Sarge. Come on, Sarge. Stay with the subject now.
Hey, check it out. Yeah,
Welcome back.
bear with me. Bear with me. I kind of got a cold.
Okay.
Trying to get my voice together. The thing is this: people they under account the alcohol consumption. See, it ain't so much you can come back or whatever. You could do this and do that. Look, if you had the doggone, and this ain't to bash women, trust me. I don't want women to take it like this is a woman bashing thing I say. But if the woman was drinking or doing any type of substances during the pregnancy, that caused the doggone brain to not develop right, the frontal lobe. The experts call it fetal alcohol system. But you can insert anything into the word alcohol as some type of narcotic you ain't supposed to be doing thing. So it takes 25 years, 26 years for the brain to fully develop. The frontal lobe, when they were in the womb, if the mother was consuming, you dig, the children don't develop properly. So that's what's going on, right? With the children and their behavioral problems. Now, I talk to a lot of young men, and they tell me, oh, you're a boomer. See, you was groomed. You must take care of the woman. And see, we ain't about that life. I'm like, why? Man, everything is transactional. Now, this is what the young men are telling me. Everything with a female is transactional. I mean, if anybody, huh?
Go ahead, Sarge. Keep going.
Yes,
What you say there?
Go ahead,
I agree.
Okay, yeah, they say it's transactional. These youngins out here, they don't even want kids. Okay, they don't want kids. You got these young men talking about, look, you want to be with me, I want to be with you. It's all transactional. Everything is superficial. They don't even want to have kids anymore. Don't talk about marriage. Don't even talk about. That's like what, man? No. What up, man? And I sit there and tell them. I said, look. And the first thing they throw back in my face, well, you've been married 3 times. I said, yeah, that's true. But you know why? See, I'm not gonna lay with a woman more than 2 years if she ain't finna be my wife. Okay, I ain't about that life. It's like this here. If I love her like
On top.
huh? Okay, I don't know what that was. But I'm like this here. If I love that woman this much, okay, you never know when your time gonna come. You see what I'm saying?
My time come, this is my wife. She gets survivor's benefits from the Social Security Administration and a big chunk of whatever to do with me as being a doggone combat veteran. She still got that financial safety net to take care of her as if I was still there taking care of her or putting a big chunk into the pot to make sure that her life is okay. That's when you love love comes with responsibility. There's a lot of people using the word love that are irresponsible. They don't know. It comes with responsibility. But then they tell me, well, you was born in the 60s, you all were groomed to take care of the woman. Okay. Well, when were we ungroomed to not take care of the woman? And then that's when they throw in that, what a women. That was such a low percentage of Black women that were welfare recipients, just like today. Okay. There are more whites on welfare than the whole Black population plus 26 million. Martin, you know I'm a numbers guy. You know I'm right. So, man, we need to get it together, man. We need to get look it up. Now we got a dog on.
I just think that it's interesting. I definitely agree.
Yeah, sister. Now this is what we, the younger versions of us, need to start doing. We need to doggone hold on to that one that we want to build a life with, get married, and build family. Now, if you dip out, you dip out. You do what your doggone life can handle. You see what I'm saying?
But again, like you just mentioned that, again, if the men and the women both think that it's transactional and you have a lot of brothers, it's going to take for the brothers to want to be married, right? And I think, mind you, I'm 32, so I don't have as much wisdom as you. However, I just don't see the demonstration of marriage. I would like it, but again, the closest thing that a Black woman gets to see of a marriage is prom. Black women don't see marriages happening. We don't see men getting down on one. We don't see it. We can see it on social media, but the reality is Black men aren't making Black families. Black men are not making.
No. Hold on, sister. Hold on, sister.
I got to comment.
You got to say. Hold on.
I'm just talking about the demonstration now. The demonstration ain't there.
No, I'm gonna add some. I'm gonna stick on the subject. I'm gonna be quick with it, and I'm gonna add to it. It's not Black men. It's not Black women. It's Black couples. Okay. Stop pointing the finger at the other one. Everybody needs to hold themselves accountable. Now,
absolutely.
Do you know I had to go after Thanksgiving last month? I was in Chicago. I had to go to a funeral. I'm at the repast. Do you know I heard these single Black women tell a married Black woman marriage is overrated. Ain't nobody gonna be telling me what I can and can't do. I'm just sitting there as a 60-plus-year-old man, I'm just here hustling. I'm sitting there like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Marriage is overrated.
Okay, Sarge.
You see what I'm saying, Martin?
I do understand that.
Yeah. Okay.
I do understand that. My fear is that, again, just like with the responsibility of like the communities and things of that nature, the demonstration, I think that we take for granted that youth are looking at you. So if I look at my older peers, generation that come before me, the wiser generation that come before me, I've never seen, we so lost with it. You got women propose asking men to marry them, right? We have women so desperate for a union that they are getting down on one knee. Like never before. I'm like, women, but we're so lost as to what the demonstration looks like because we don't see. And I'm not to point a finger at a Black man or a Black woman or Black couple. It's just the thought that a man would make families because he traditionally would ask the woman, for her hand in marriage. And if it's something that we're not seeing, I think a lot of times it's because we don't know. We've never seen it done. I want to do what I've seen done, but if I'm not seeing it done, I lose hope. And really quickly, I think that, it's a lot of fear with love because of what we've seen in our household. It's also We're exhausted. You know, I'm exhausted with being mad. I'm exhausted with talking about my circumstances. I'm exhausted with being afraid to even tell a young man that, okay, I have a chemical imbalance. What does that look like? You know, I'm exhausted with the stories and the pity parties, right? So it's going to take a lot of courage for us to find out how to love each other as we are. But it's hard when the demonstration is just not on the ground. It's not easily seen.
I'm married 30 years.
But sister, when you're dealing with mental illness through the fetal alcohol syndrome and all of that, these different things that cause improper brain development that never develops fully, there you have it. In a nutshell, I land my plane. Brain damage.
All right. All right. All right.
Well,
All right.
That was pretty blunt, but okay.
Okay. Hey.
It's also the image a person seeing. And that was my point with the family and the man. It don't matter. And I wasn't saying that all our neighborhoods and households like that. It's still what you seeing and doing. Man comprehend the inner life by what they see and do. So, like, we got 5 guys out on the corner, young guys, schoolboys, etc., and they see that one dope dealer doing good and selling drugs, got the cars, the chains, and everything y'all mentioned and been going on, then that can influence them 5 individuals. And the numbers won't tell that in the statistics. So your person can come with the numbers, etc., but it's still, that's what I said in the beginning, it's the trauma effect, the domino effect of it, that the numbers don't tell in the stuff we see and out here, etc. And then look at just COVID alone during that time. You know what I'm saying? Look, you right now today, you barely see our sisters' bellies big. You barely see them pregnant. And that's been going on for a minute. During COVID, we should have been loving on each other, etc. We should have been popping out with plenty of babies. And that ain't happened.
All right.
They don't want kids anymore. Everything is financially transactional.
No,
That's true.
I don't think that we don't want kids.
What you saying is true. I've been hearing that for a minute. What you saying is true. That's like a slang slogan now. That's
okay,
true.
but
What
again,
you saying?
I think we gotta understand that a lot of times if a woman bears the child, she's the one to most likely take care of the child. And again, to live in Chicago as a single adult, you need to be making at least $100,000 in order to live comfortably. And we know the odds are against us, and we know that the support in the family staff is short. Why would I birth a child that I know I cannot support? Why? That's so hurtful to see your child hungry. It's so hurtful to see your child want their father and he not coming for you. You know, it's hurtful to see or to take on the effects and consequences. It's consequences to having a child, right? And again, a lot of the times there's so many single moms that we're at work and we're not able to nurture the way we would want. We're too busy trying to provide and protect, but we can't nurture. So it's hard to have a child and know that there's consequences of what bringing a child comes. A lot of times you're doing it by yourself, and family isn't what family used to be anymore.
I just think it's more career based. I think the reason why we're not seeing a lot of, kids.
Do you dismiss everything that I just said? And you want to go back to career?
No. He hit on something big.
Black women don't have the career of making over 100,000 to live comfortable.
No. What I'm
black
saying
women don't
is
have that.
the desire to have children is what I'm saying. It's more career based. More younger people are more career focused.
Is it
now.
career based or is it fear based? Because I'm afraid of having this child, knowing that I cannot support the child. If I can't support this child, if I can't give this child the best that this world has to offer with a mom and a dad, if I know that I have to suffer by myself. See, I'm a single black mother right now, and it's nothing more hurtful. Forget every dollar that I made. It's nothing more hurtful than missing a child's basketball game or the child missing a tooth, and he missing his front tooth, and I don't have the finances to help him. It's nothing like the child saying, "Mom, I got straight A's. Can I get a lunchbox?" Baby, I got to pay the rent. I can't get you these things. So again, it's not even trying to keep up with the Joneses. It's trying to make sure we got the basic essentials. And I'm doing it by myself. Family ain't what it used to be. So do I dare have another child Just
And
because
that's
of
exactly
what?
what I was trying to say before you went there. But that's what I was trying to say. You know, women are not having the number of children that they had yesteryear because they're more career based and, you know, providing and,
King,
you know, for the family
I
and
think
stuff
you
like
miss
that.
the mental distress it puts on the mother. Mentally distressed. We are exhausted. We are mentally distressed. I think you guys like to say we are deranged, but really we're exhausted. And again, there is so many physicalities and mental stresses that way. So then you look and say, look at the suicide rate out here. Mothers
There's
are
a lot of,
jumping out of buildings. I mean,
yeah,
crying
yeah,
on
like,
social media.
I feel a lot of hurt.
We
I
got,
feel a lot of hurt.
Say,
yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of hurt.
the
Hey.
suicide rate stated among blacks is a lie.
A lie.
That's a lie. It's a lie. Blacks aren't doggone deleting themselves like that. That is a lie. If you do the math,
There are,
that's a
okay,
lie.
so we're not going to dismiss. We don't want to dismiss
Okay.
mental health. And again, we're
Yeah,
not going to dismiss mental health, but we also want to take in the fact that there are suicide rates in our community that we're not talking about, or suicide attempts that we're not. We're talking about mothers, young adults that are cutting themselves, young cutters in the high schools, knowing that they're pregnant, cutting their wrists. I mean, there's a whole society for cutters.
All right. Hold it right
Well,
there.
there's been
Y'all hold it. We got a new caller.
There's been
New
cutters.
caller. Let's hit a new caller. One of my favorites, 206. Hey, my brother. You know he got a question. Come on, 206. I know it. Come on. You know he got a question.
Hey, y'all, what's happening?
Hey.
What's happening? Great show, Martin.
Yeah, thank
Great
you, sir.
show. Yeah, we getting a little off topic, but
Thank
you know, if it's cool with the host, we can get back on it.
Okay.
But I gotta ask the female a question.
I knew it was coming.
And I think I asked this question before.
Don't beat up.
Something that's been puzzling me for.
Don't beat up now. That's my friend. Now. Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
No. I ain't beating nobody.
Okay.
But I'm listening to the young female talk, and I'm hearing the stresses involved with being mothers and parents and raising children and financial difficulties and she was mentioning cutters. I think she was saying that young girls or young women are getting pregnant, and over the stress they're cutting themselves. And I just want to ask her, have you ever heard of a woman by the name of Frances Cress Welsing?
Frances Cress Welsing. No, sir, I have not.
The ISIS paper.
That's fine. That's
surprised.
not a problem.
ISIS paper. Go ahead.
Yeah. But she made it, and I'm gonna tell you what she said, and you tell me what you think about this. She said that under the situations that we live and the difficulties that we deal with, and the demands of properly raising and rearing children, that the young people should actually wait to have children, wait until they're ready, mentally, emotionally, financially, before they actually start families and have children. And my question is, if women are having, and not all of them, this is just some, it's probably a minority, but if they're having such, why would they have children under the worst circumstances? Why not use contraception until they get in their later 20s, maybe early 30s, and they're in a better situation to start a family under much better circumstances?
Absolutely.
What do you think about that?
To be honest, right? I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. It's a need for affection. It's a need for companionship. It's a need for a hug. We are so deprived of love that we will settle for the warmth of a human body. That's really what it is. It's because I didn't get hugs growing up. So anytime a man shows me a little bit of attention and I can feel the warmth of him, I get to have him in my bed. You know, that's how deprived us, and I've been victim of it. And I'm not ashamed of it. I fell victim of it because I needed a hug. I was going to the spa
I'll let you finish. I don't mean to interrupt you. But two things. number one, that's not a reason to have a child.
Thank you.
Just because you need a hug and I'm not criticizing you. I'm not jumping on you. I love you like a sister, and I ain't even met you.
Absolutely.
But you understand that the reasons given, and this may not be applicable to you, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, this is probably what you've seen. That is absolutely needing a hug and the warmth of another person. You do understand that starting a family and having a child, like the late Dr. John Heinrich Hart told us, you change the entire universe by doing so. The universe will never be the same when this spirit precipitates in human form and walks the earth with the rest of us. You do understand that is absolutely no reason to have a child for such, well, I won't say fickle or insignificant, but it's way more important than just needing a hug and feeling the warmth of another person. You do understand.
And I do understand, and I do agree. I think that after you find yourself in a space of needing this companionship, and then you feel the weight of the consequences, now you're left with a decision, right? And I think that oftentimes, because of your desperate need for companionship, hugs, or just affection in any type of way, I think then you feel the gravity of your consequences, right? And then you make a decision and say, what do I do? What do I do? You know, how just like, for example, one moment of frustration, anger, madness can have somebody pick up a gun. One moment of feeling low, of feeling lonely can lead to this incident where we're both in a bed sack, right? And now, okay, it's all on me to say, dang, am I able to birth this child, you know, and take care of this child? Some of us choose I'm not ready. And some of us choose, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do this. But I absolutely agree. Those measures are no way measurable to saying, I'm ready to bring a child in this world. Let me go have sex because I need a hug. I agree with you.
But sister, this is the problem. And I'm gonna let I think the other callers, brothers, and hopefully there's some other females on here that want to talk too. But you said that you do this with this person, and then you have to make a decision.
Absolutely.
I say that the decision is before you even go to their house or get their phone number. Let me tell you briefly what I do. I'm from Chicago, born and raised, and I was in the military in the early 90s. When I got out of the military, I lived in San Diego, and I met a lot of women there, a lot of nice women there. And for some reason, I asked myself, I said, if I lay with this woman and love this woman and share with her, and we end up conceiving a child, am I going to want, and this is the first of many questions I started asking myself, am I going to want my daughters to grow up and be like this woman that I'm playing with? Am I going to want my sons to see this woman as a template, as the type of woman that they should want to marry and start a family with? 7 times out of 10, the answer was hell no. Because I was in the bed for the wrong reasons, just making the same mistake other people make. But the point I'm making is I started out making the decision. I didn't go and do the horizontal shuffle and then make a decision. And I'm not understanding why so many Black females, contraception was, in the 60s, contraception was I mean, you don't even have to go to an abortion clinic. You can, there's options, but I'm just not understanding why.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'll mute my line. Go ahead. Finish your comment on that.
Okay. Let me go to this caller, new caller, Eric Coda 346. Hey caller, how are you doing?
Hey Martin, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Texas, but I called you before from Ohio.
Okay.
Excellent show.
Thank you.
Love the healing vibe. Love the conversation. Such a necessary conversation. I love what the young woman is saying. Thank you for speaking up, speaking from your heart and your situation. I had to call in because women do not if you listen to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, one of the things that she mentions is men cannot perform a sex act under duress. So if a woman cannot rape a man, a woman cannot make a man engage in sex. If he's not a willing partner, it won't consummate. It won't work. On the other hand, we're looking past the Superfly, the MAC, the NWA that has programmed our culture for the last 50 years and told Black men not to be husbands, not to be fathers, but to play the role of the dope dealer, the pimp. Chicago, I keep typing it in the Facebook. Chicago just had a players ball.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pimp show. This is a pimp show.
Mm-hmm.
These are grown Black men, proud sex traffickers. Proud sex traffickers. Men who said, I'm not going to go to work. I refuse to work. I'm going to prey on women and make them sell their bodies for me so that I can have Cadillacs, so that I can have the best shoes, so that I can, have a player's ball and compare my gold chain and my gold necklace and my gold rings. Snoop Dogg was there. T.I. was there. It's a man right now that's popular pushing FBA. But for 20 years, he wrote books that told Black men to mac on Black women, never marry them. He got a section in one of his books to say, your target is 14 to 16-year-old Black women or Black girls. These chicken heads is hoes anyway because they ain't got no father. For 20 years, he was writing books, Mac lessons, how to be a Mac. He had never pimped, but he talked to Rosebud and Pimpin' Ken and all of these other slick-talking Black men, and he ran with it. And when that wasn't profitable, he said, well, you ain't got to deal with these hard-headed, nappy-headed Black women. You could run to Brazil. And then you had the birth of the passport brother. So what I'm saying is our culture collectively has taught Black men to be unaccountable for their sexual activity. And Black women are left with the consequences of being romanced, gorilla pimped, getting turned out on drugs, somebody getting you. They always talking about R. Kelly was at the high school and them young girls know they was getting picked up by grown men. You mean molesters was picking up young women in high school when they were underage and there was no community to protect them? It was seen as normal. You had people literally cultivating children for sex tapes. When I listen to us, I hear a lot of finger pointing and blaming for people outside of the community. Dr. Amos Wilson gave us the blueprint for Black Power. We don't have an excuse. We don't have an excuse in 2025, 2026, when you can go back and quote an ancestor like Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who said that, our genetic potential is the reason why we have to fight racism.
I don't know
what about the people that glorify it.
As adults now, right now, not what we could have, should have, did in the past. What are we going to do in the future? We got children chasing down single mothers, vulnerable, sickly single mothers, jumping them, threatening them with violence. Then these same women cannot find housing if they're not from Venezuela. They got to go squat with 5 and 6 kids to somebody that left them with. And then you expect them to be sane and not on drugs. You accept them with no community support. And now there is no state and federal funding. They cut that EBT off and our communities was like, what we going to do? Ain't nobody talk about building a community garden, planting a seed for cabbages. All we was worried about was when they was going to turn the EBT back on. So I just called in to say, we are not mentally retarded. I don't care how much liquor your mama drunk or crack your mama drunk, take. It comes out of your system after a while. And you have to choose as adults to respond with the ability that you have to respond to that war. It's a war. It is a cultural war. It's a genetic war. It's an economic war. It's a racial war. But we're not fighting that war. We're engaging in internal conflicts, and we're hurting ourselves. We have to be accountable. Don't tell us not to abort children, and we got children in foster homes we can't take care of. Don't tell us we shouldn't have access to abortion and what happened to the contraception. Tell that man to put a condom on, take the wig and the dress off. Tell him to stop spreading HIV. Tell him to stop spreading herpes. Because for the most part, Black women have sex with Black men. We don't leave Black men for the most part. But, we have to have some accountability.
And there it is.
You was going good for a minute.
There it is.
You was going good for a minute for me, but you was going good for. Hold it, y'all.
I gotta rebuttal, Mark.
Hold it, sister. Now you was going good. I was rooting you on, but at the end, I'm like, okay, now what's going on here? You didn't flipped on me or something. But you didn't crash out. Now listen, let me just say this. First of all, I got 4 daughters. The 3 of them grown. And I tell them, you are responsible for protecting yourself.
Martin.
In sex.
Let him talk, y'all.
That's what I tell them. And I got some beautiful daughters. Beautiful. I ain't even talking about the 17. I'm talking about the grown ones. It's your duty to protect yourself in sex. And I tell them, I educate them. If you waiting on that man to put on that glove and he don't do it, that's on you.
You be waiting.
That's on you.
Waiting.
Now, if you be real, and let's be real honest. No one really likes to use protection, but we do use it to protect ourselves. We want the real thing. It's nothing like we want it. But we know we have to take the necessary precautions to be safe because of STDs, because of pregnancy and stuff like that. So that's all I'm saying.
If you're a responsible person.
Okay, now
if you're a responsible person.
Sir, please, hold on. Now, let me just say this. Far as a woman having control over her body and get an abortion, that's her body. She do whatever she want. I mean, we all give account. That's your one body God gave you. So whatever you do, that's your business. That's on you. You gonna give an account for your body, regardless if you couldn't keep the man that he got you pregnant and then stay with. That's on you. One thing I don't do, I don't allow no baby mamas come on here and talk about their baby daddy or whatever, vice versa. Because you married him, you lay down here to baby with me, you got to deal with it. Just got to deal with it, period. So that tells us a whole lot about you when you got a deadbeat baby daddy, period. Period. I mean, I'm not trying to come down on nobody, but I
just got a question.
Hold it. But I'm just saying.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. I'm just finished. That I don't do. One thing about me, people that I don't put together, I ain't gonna break up. That's period. Now, people, we have this long story, or he ain't this, he ain't that, or she ain't this, she ain't that. Right now today, my grown children trying to figure out why me and their mother didn't work. I won't even tell them. If I tell them, they probably won't be able to handle it. But I don't, because I know they love their mother. So you know what? I just leave that alone. I don't even talk about it. I said, don't worry about it. We grown. We ain't getting back there. So, I just keep it real. But I don't go into details because I can say some things probably just damaging, but I'm not like that. I'm not going to do that. I'm private like that. So I know they love their mother, and I wouldn't ever do anything to discredit their mother to them. I wouldn't do that. I'm not that type of person. So that's my integrity. Now, I know what happened, so I'm not going to do that. But my point is, men and women, it takes 2 to tangle. Now, that's on you. If you do something that you don't supposed to do, that's on you. If you're an adult, and you're 2 consent adults, and y'all do something, and you get pregnant or you get that's on you. That's on you. So you have to be careful.
Let me say this before I go, brother.
Go ahead.
Let me say this before I go. I completely agree with what you just said. I ain't got no problem with nothing you just said. But I'm the point that I'm getting at is that we are led by men. Whether you think we independent, strong, or whatever, we're led by men. Romika rest her soul. Romika is a good example. Here you are, a loving mother trying to raise your child. You thinking you in a loving, committed relationship, and for whatever reason, your partner chooses somebody else, and now you're pitted against you're being pitted against a romantic rival, and you can't keep that dream. You can't keep that fantasy of love that you had with that person. Now look where she's at. But look where she at. It happens. We cannot keep on, and it's not about being man bashing and baby daddy bashing. We have to start. We have to put our men in their proper place. I couldn't imagine Fred Hampton.
That's where you go wrong. You are a woman
right now.
Let her
You
talk.
are a woman.
Sarge, let her talk. Hey, let her
There's
talk,
no-
Sarge.
listen,
Let her
it's
talk.
There is no black male-centered group, except for maybe in Detroit. New Era does it. And I just use them as an example. New Era Detroit helps their homeless community. They help with a community garden. It's men. They patrol the community at night. They look for people who committed crime. They help the police. They help women with cars with too many children. They help with hotel stays when they can't figure it out. It took a collective of men to do that because they saw the vacuum in the community. In our communities, we run to the Catholic Social Services. We run to the government. We can't run to our men. And it is not about beating up on men. It's to say that we look to you for provision. We look to you for security, and we can't get it. You always push back with, it's you too, sisters, your fault too, sisters. You got to do this and that, sister. Stand up as men. Unify with each other. Figure out a way so that you can put an umbrella over your people. We cannot do it all. Black women have
Y'all
been.
let her talk, please.
Yes.
Let her talk. Go ahead.
I'm done, brother. You know,
Okay.
and that's another thing, the crashing out, the constant disrespect.
Right.
You can't never get a conversation with you without somebody cutting you off and telling you how stupid or crazy you sound. We need this forum. We need to hear each other talk so we can know what the issues are so that as adults, we can come to a resolution. Thank you, Martin. And I'm
Thank
still
you.
listening.
Hey.
I'm going to hang up.
Okay.
Hey, Martin, can
Yeah.
I ask her a question?
Yeah, go. She hung up.
Or you want to move on?
Okay, let me just
You
say
wanna
this.
move on?
Yeah,
Can I ask her a question?
Let me just say this. Hold on. Let me say this, people.
Don't you have another caller, Martin?
No, I don't have another call. Yeah, I do. Hold on. I'm the host. I thought so, but
Okay.
let me say this.
Yeah.
First
I
of
thought I
all,
heard something.
what that
That's all
sister
you gotta say.
said, the sister said that they look to men, and that's right. But God made a woman's desire to a man. Now, we hear a lot in the black culture. We hear a lot of black women say, "I don't need no man. I'm independent," and all that.
I don't need no man.
Yeah, you know, we hear that. Not all black women say that. We hear that. We hear that. So my point is, people, regardless of what they say, you can say one thing out of your mouth, but be looking toward another. Now, to help the sister out, we do have a New Era Chicago here in the city of Chicago, if you're listening. So I'm familiar with a New Era in Detroit. Now, there's a lot of black men that's not on the spectrum, otherwise on social media and doing a lot of great things. It's some things that I do that's not recorded. It's nobody's business. So sometimes we have to operate in secrecy so God can best bless us openly in the public. So there are some men out here that's looking for companionship as well as women, but you have to come to the table and have to agree. It might be just like the ones that you like don't want you, and vice versa. It could be that way. It could be that way. It very well could be. You know, sometimes, you know, we like a certain type of guy, but he don't like us. He's not attracted to us. We walk past him and he looked the other way. He might want a man. You know?
I have a quick question. I'm so sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a
Oh,
quick
no.
question.
Go ahead, my dear sister. Go ahead.
Just listening to the conversations, and I appreciate the sister for hopping on, but I also appreciate, you know, a lot of the conversation we have, thinking about the youth, right? The next generation and things of that nature. One thing that I really want to ask, you know, when we think about the trauma in our communities and, you know, I have a son. right? My trauma, I try to put to the background because it's not about me, but I do want my son to be a provider. I do want my son to be a protector. I want my son to have integrity. I want my son to be able to say, you know, I'm going to think before I act. Can I protect her? Can I value her? I want my son to have values that I don't see, right? I want him to be the change that I don't have, right? So what do you guys recommend? How do we create more men of integrity? How do we, I'm a single mom, so how do I mother my son? And I can get him the mentors, I can get him, but I do realize that my son looks for the demonstration in his father. Where I think a lot of the times what's lacking is the self-discipline of my generation, is the lack of integrity of my generation. How do I help my son if the demonstration that he's looking for doesn't come from the man? So how do I do that? Does that make sense? Like, I want my son to have these morals that I would want, a man to have, but he's not looking for me. He's looking for him to demonstrate this.
Kind of man you have in your life.
Hold it.
Okay,
Hold it. Now, when we talk, let's not get personal, okay? This is not a laughing matter. So she's asking a question.
Yeah, right.
I'm not even going. Most of us,
there's so much trauma bonding.
Yeah, right.
There's so much trauma bonding in the young community. There's so much trauma, and to be honest, we're getting it wrong. Clearly, we're clearly getting it wrong. So I'm really thinking, how do I not just help mine, because I only got mine, but how do I encourage the next generation of young men to lead with some type of integrity? Because I think that's what's missing, is a lot of integrity, self-discipline, honor.
Okay.
I think that's what I'm trying to help with.
Buck is our new caller. So go ahead, Buck. Go ahead, see if you can answer that.
Man, I had to get back in there. The sister had me rolling there. Love to the sister that called previously to that lady. But she was talking about pimps and players. A girl don't go from valedictorian high school to become a hoe. So it's everybody. It's something in life that's got to be missing. Low self-esteem or something for you to look that direction. She categorized everybody like on that level, and she seemed to have it pretty down about what's happening at that player's ball. I know some of them cats, I don't be around that life, but the real talk, people make choices. If you like you said about your daughter, I'm a father, a grandfather, and I tell my daughters and grandkids, you got to make your choice. When you walk out the door every day, it's gonna be a bad temptation every day, every turn of the corner you turn,
hey, Buck,
something to tempt you to do wrong.
Buck, I need you to answer a question that she asked.
What's that?
You didn't hear what she said.
No, I want to hear. I want to hear because she was going in. She first say she didn't need no black man and all that stuff.
Okay. My Mark, hold it. I'm gonna let you go. Sorry, I want to ask her a real question. Now I heard you mention you want your son to be have the example, morally a stand-up gentleman, but you didn't say anything about being a great husband. Now you left that out. You named a lot of great qualities, and you didn't say nothing about the husband.
Of course.
But you got to say
right. I would definitely want him to be a great husband.
Okay.
Right?
All right. That's what I just want.
Absolutely.
You my sister. You know I love you though. You know that. So all right.
Yeah, right. And I know you just adding on and improving my question, but yes, so I definitely want help with that when I'm a woman and again, I'm a woman, and I'm a young woman, right? So, and I come with a lot of peace, right? And I hope to leave in a lot of love. However, I can't demonstrate. I can't show my son how to be a good man, right? I can't teach him how to be a good man. So I'm hoping that with some type of guidance, right? I can do the mentors. I've done the mentors, but I think the demonstration I need help with, like, how do our community demonstrate for these young black boys? Like, that's what I'm seeing. Like, the demonstration for these black boys to be at an NBA YoungBoy concert crying, for these young black boys to admire the drug dealers. How do we create integral black men? We know how to create a drug dealer. We know how to create an abuser, right? But how do we create or, push that narrative forward where we are men of integrity? Like, okay, I can't tell you because you won't listen to me. I'm a woman. So I think the demonstration has to come from somewhere else. And I think that's
Martin,
what
can I answer a question?
I'm having a hard
Yeah,
time
go ahead,
with.
206. 206, go ahead.
No, this is a bit before the point, but I find that one thing that helps a great deal is to be woman enough to know the men that are needed in the community, the qualities, the character that's needed in the community. That's number one. Number two is before you have a child, find that man in the community and pair yourself with him.
Right.
Second, be a woman that has something to offer a man that he values in you. Find
Right.
what men want and what values they're looking for. And if you do that and you find someone that's compatible, that is basically who you want your son to grow up and become, that's the template from which you'll choose a husband and father for your child.
Absolutely.
If that happens, then chances, I mean, things can happen. There can be issues and problems, but chances are you'll be in a much better situation.
Right. Right. And I agree with that.
But what happened? Did that not happen with you and your family?
Well,
I don't mean to get
honest,
personal.
To be honest,
but
I think again with the trauma and the things that has transpired in my life, I was one and done. My son is reaching 10, so I don't too much date or anything like that because I am very much so. You know, I'm gonna just say it like I'm scarred from a lot of my trauma. So the one and done is it for me. However, I do want to figure out how do I, I'm not going to raise my hand and say I don't need a man. I do. I need one, right? I need one. If there ain't nobody else going to say I need one. However, the need for, you afraid of men. You're afraid of men where there's so few that have integrity, that have morals, that have honor. There are few. And again, I was born in the 90s. So again, I'm not looking for anybody who was born in the 50s or the 40s. I'm not looking for that. However, on the ground, at my 30-year-old level, I don't know how to make a man have integrity or make a man not have imposter syndrome. It lives and it thrives.
Right. It sounds like the guy that you got with, that you had this, I'm sure he's a beautiful son, 10 years old. It sounds like the father may not be in the home and he doesn't have these qualities you're looking for. Does that sound about right?
Well, yeah, that is about right.
Okay.
However,
so then the subsequent question, and I don't mean to sound like I'm attacking you or I'm being personal.
No, not at all.
But why'd you have a kid with him then?
Again, I'm not ashamed or embarrassed of any of my situations. I think that I had a real hard tunnel vision on a career in a set way and a path for my life, but I fell victim of companionship. Right, I fell victim of wanting to have a relationship. However, I think that my child came from a place of like, okay, understanding, a mutual understanding that his father told me he was one person and that he would do one thing, and again fell short of his word. So again, that's okay. I'm okay with that, But at the same time, I think a lot of that has to do with integrity. If a man tells you, I got you, I'm with you, and then he falls short of his word, I think that I just bear the consequences of that. So I haven't repeated the same thing. Absolutely. Absolutely, he does. Again, I tried to have a really healthy conversation. I tried to, be mature and say, hey, what can we do? These are our options. This person insisted on being someone he wasn't. This person insisted on having imposter syndrome. And then when it's time to do the work of parenting, it fell apart, right? However, I think that, everything happens for a reason. I'm blessed to gain my identity as a mom, and I do my best. And I love where I'm at, right? But at the same time, I do want to self-reflect and say, dang, if I had done something different, I could have done something different, I would have, right? But at the same time, I do see that there is a lack of integrity, and it's a fear of being in relationships, right? I'm not a bad looking woman, but at the same time, I'm so afraid of men. And I think a lot of my peers are afraid of men that it becomes transactional just like that. And a lot of our trauma bonds us to men because you see the drug dealer, the cool that was in my father now is in you. And I didn't get to have a lot of my father. So now I kind of put that on you. So I see a lot of like the trickle down trauma, and we pick men who resemble a man that we never really had. So again, it all kind of comes back into play. However, I want to say, I bring up my son only to mention how it's another generation coming after us. And if we don't have it now, how do we instill morals and values? Again, there's not, I'm on this line to where we need help with instilling, women need help with instilling morals and values into our young sons. Integrity, honor, we need help. We don't have that.
I wish you the best of luck and thank you for your honesty and I think they call it candor. I appreciate that. Thank you. I wish you best of luck, you and your 10-year-old son.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Sarge, go ahead.
Well, me, as all, don't start, hater. I always say, black women say, I don't need a man. They say that out of frustration, Martin. It's purely out of frustration. It's not out of reality. Once you get frustrated about a certain situation, you lash out. And that's what it's about. And I understand that. And I talk to black women and I'll be like, look, when you say that, I know you're frustrated. But when you say that, it's not going to benefit you, and, that's the bottom line up front. It's like, my son, he got married recently and he held the line and got exactly what he wanted. A woman, his equal, black, of course, no children. They're going to start off a family fresh. Okay? And they're working as a team, all they're newlyweds, still coming off the top rope and all that. You know how to go. But he had that example from me. See? So women tend to be susceptible to what I call he cute though syndrome. See? The man that they need may be right in their face, but he ain't cute. See? He's a lame. He's this. He's everything negative. And to land my plane right here, after that is this. A brother will come back to the neighborhood after earning a degree in college. Ain't no party for him. A brother will come back to the neighborhood after doing a 5-year bit and the whole block turning up. So the urban Black American community is twisted. They're valuing what shouldn't be valued. And I don't know how it happened. I'm not that wise, but that's what it is. Because you got young women in the metro Atlanta area down here where I'm at, youngins. I'm talking 25, youngins. They see a man my age, stable, got a little money, he could kick them down, 200 for whatever. They'll get them a stable of them. They ain't got no job. They just come by each man's house, do your dig, get their little coins, and go on head on, and then take their pictures on Instagram or whatever they doing their thing on now with their Gucci bags and all that they living that life. They selling box. They selling box. The women in my age group that are 60 can't compete with the 40-year-olds, so the 40-year-olds are like, you know what? I done seen that. You know what? This brother's stable. He retired. He got his pension. He ain't ripping and running. Hey, I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere. Then you got the younger ones after them coming up, and they just, it's all transactional. Like I said, remember I said transactional? Remember that?
Transactional, huh?
No. That's what it is. That's what it is these days. These young girls, I'm telling you, if I wanted to have like 3 or 4 little young, some little hot things.
Integrity why are you looking for a young little thing? Integrity
No. Stop.
Okay.
Before you start talking.
Okay.
I'm not looking for that. Okay? I'm not looking for that. I'm telling you what it actually is. You see what I'm saying? I'm a great grandfather. My great grandchild is 18 months old. So how old is my granddaughter? Dan. You dig? So why would I be looking to be bumping and grinding with a female that's my granddaughter's age that she can hang out in the club and turn up with? Come on now. I ain't
But that is a reality. That is
a
a reality here. There's a lot of that going on. It's a reality. But when you say things
And
like
that's all I was
transactional, I think you have to also understand, like, if you know that a man is going to betray you, embarrass you, ridicule you, would you rather have someone that is providing some type of stability for you, or someone who is not providing anything for you and still embarrass you, deny you, leave you embarrassed? Like, which one do you want? I think love is nowhere in it. There's no such thing as love in a lot of these relationships, right?
Thank you.
Okay.
You see, I didn't
If
mention
you
love
take
at all.
It becomes transactional.
And
Because
that's what's
again,
going on
there's
today.
no healing. There's
Thank
no
you.
sense of healing. And everybody's lost with the demonstration. We're not seeing marriage.
Thank you.
We're not seeing that on the ground. So how do we start seeing it? Who's doing the marrying? Are women supposed to ask men to marry them?
Well,
see,
Or
Martin,
does the
look
man
at this
ask the
reality
woman?
you got right here.
Yeah.
Martin, listen to this. I said something at the older, because, I talk to the youngins. It's all transactional. Now you got this little young woman here, and she is agreeing with what I'm saying, and she said the magic word. Love ain't been mentioned nowhere. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And that's what's wrong. That's what's wrong. It's horrible out here. The guys out here, they don't want the females. They wearing all this Temu jewelry, trying to look like they got what they don't, just so that they could look like they could trick too, just to get up to these little girls' honey pot.
What kind of jewelry is it?
Temu.
Yeah, I never heard of that. What
I think it's the place you buy
Oh,
stuff
look
from.
it up, bro. Temu.
You buy stuff.
Chinese coupling.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, you anybody on here young, explain Temu jewelry.
Mhm.
Okay, take some of that
I'm
off. Take some of
62
that
years
off.
old and I know about Temu jewelry. Y'all flipping,
Take some of
brother.
that off. Take some of that
Hey,
off.
Martin.
Yeah, go ahead, 206. Then we're going to close out, y'all.
I break it down like this in 10 seconds.
Hold on,
Martin, 10
Sarge.
seconds.
Sarge.
Remember back in the day?
Sarge.
Hey, Martin, remember we had leather and pleather?
Sarge.
They wear pleather
206.
jewelry.
All right.
Okay.
Is the sister from Texas still here?
No, she's gone. She hung up. She made up.
Oh,
she didn't
she's
want.
gone.
She wanted to talk, but she didn't want to listen.
She pulled a Renee, huh?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Damn, you remember names?
She said
Well, she
she
told
would
me
still
her
be
name.
on listening. She did say she was
Well,
going to
she can
still be
call
on
back.
listening.
Well,
She may.
well, this is a panel. We like to give people a rebuttal. I'll let you if y'all
Okay,
need.
let's rebuttal the fact of how do we get back to, because there's a lot of hookup culture right now, and I
Right.
think that it's due to a
Ooh,
lot of
speak on it.
trust. I think it's due to a lot of trust being lost, respect being lost, lack of love. There is no love. Lust is a huge thing out here. But again, how do we do something different to kind of get in front of that curve? What wisdom can you provide to get, because with all of the trauma, with all of the hurt, with all of the abandonment, it creates this hookup culture where we don't want to be loved, maybe, right? Where we don't want to feel love because love is hurtful. So how do we kind of get in front of that and we be a little fearless with dating and loving each other?
Well,
how do we do that?
Well,
listen to her.
She asked a
bring more
question.
to the table.
I'm gonna try to. Listen.
Listen to her.
Well, see, the thing is, I think people have to get to know each other mentally first before they're physical. Because men, we are physical. So don't get me lying. We are very physical, but we have to make love in the mind, to the mind, in a sense. We have to communicate. You got to be able to lead with the mind and with your emotions. The woman, she got to give us something to look at. It depends on what you want. Because right, people. It's like in the club. Okay, here's a nice looking guy. He's smelling good.
Uh-oh.
Nice looking woman. She got it going on, and I'm a little tipsy. She a little tipsy. We hook up, go out for breakfast, and boy, we know we land in the bed having sex, exchanging fluids, and we don't know nothing about each other. So it's the lust. It's on both sides. Now, all lust is not bad, depending on what you're lusting for. Are you lusting to be married, or you just lusting just to get in the bed? See, that it depends on what you want. See, there's a communication. It's what you call a nonverbal communication. You don't have to say what you want, but your energy, the energy that you bring. Listen, we living in a world, an energy world, and we can read each other energy. And sometimes we have to be honest with ourselves. Tell people, hey, this is what I'm looking for. Or sometimes you ask them, leave the ball on them, and you can determine in your mind, is this what I really want? Or you're just looking for a good time, or you're lonely, or it can happen. You got dating sites out here. Then when you take money off the table. He ain't got no money, you ain't got no money. Now, can you build? Because most women, we talked about this the other day, most women want the cake already baked already. They don't want to build a cake with the guy. They want to bake because I guess.
You know what? And
I
it's
ain't
so
mad
funny
at
you
them.
mentioned that.
I ain't mad at them, but go ahead.
It's so funny that you mentioned that. And again, I really appreciate you guys. Because mind you, I'm young. I think that we struggle with knowing ourselves, men and women. Know thyself is a powerful read. But I also think that when it comes to love, knowing what you need in a relationship to help you heal. A lot of women over fantasize these men, right? And I don't know if y'all know this about us, but we really look at you as a hero. We really look at you like, oh my God, this is it. I don't know if you know your power over a woman just off of the sight. We tend to over fantasize these men. So then I think it becomes a sense of like, let me really know myself and understand, okay, I need to take it slow. But then I think a man should also know himself and know when he is, vibrating low. We got to come up above the belt some type of way. Somebody got to bring us up above the belt. We can create bonds and relationships above the belt, but it has to be intentional. We got to intentionally come above the belt. And I don't think we know how to do that. And again, when we're looking at men to lead us, they're leading us below the belt a lot of the times. And because we want this over fantasized man and we got this ideal of you all in our head, it tends to lead, we tend to follow your lead. And that has to be a conversation. Where are you leading us? It got to be above the belt. Especially for the young generation, that's all they're doing.
Okay.
Oh,
okay, sister. Okay. Hold it, y'all. Hold it, Sarge. I'll let you talk. Hold it. No.
Okay.
I want my dear sister to listen to this, and I just want you to be quiet. Don't butt in. I'm gonna ask every man on this panel tonight. Tell me, what is it that you don't like about a woman? All right, every man. I'm gonna start with Sarge. No. That's where we're going. I'm finna just. I want you to listen. As being a younger woman. Most of these men on here are older. Most of them are older. Okay. As you've been a younger woman. Okay. 206. Tell me, what is it that you don't like about a woman?
Good question. Thanks for asking. The one thing that makes me sick to my stomach is lies and dishonesty. And we talked about that tonight. Mothers that might have did dope or was out hoeing and they don't tell the children, or they lying about paternity and they saying this is your daddy and that ain't your daddy, and she don't know who the daddy is, and the lies and dishonesty, that I don't care for at all.
Okay, thank you. Sarge, tell me, what is it that you don't like about a woman?
Okay, I'm gonna put myself in a 30-year-old black man mentality right now, and the young girl will agree. What I don't like, if you out at the club and you kicking it, if you don't have a booth and you don't have bottle service in there, they're looking at you as you just some standing around broke ass nigga, and they're not even interested in getting to know you. You got to have a booth space rented and bottle service at your table in order to attract the attention of today's young black women because it's all transactional. They have doggone got tired of being used and abused by black men, and they're like, F you, pay me. I'm sitting on a gold mine. This is an oil mine, like Sarah's Oil. You're going to pay me for this, partner.
Okay, Sarge.
And I hate that it's that way.
All right. 1381.
And ask her. Ask her.
Sarge,
After you
1381.
get done.
1381.
But you can't teach them. You can't lead them. They got the misunderstanding of what obedience is, and that comes from the Father, no matter what religion they believe in. So it's a hard time with us getting through to these women. That's why a lot of men bail, jump ship. Why would I sit around arguing in a toxic relationship? I can't teach you nothing. I can't steer you the right way, etc. A lot of women not listening to the fathers because from the mothers, there's a lot of hatred coming from, and you see that as a child. So it's hard for the man to be out there and lead. Like Martin mentioned, like all the women in the protesters, they out front, the men in that back. It's like hell with the men and the fathers. So we fighting a battle with society, and we fighting a battle with partners because they don't want no leaders. They asking, they crying out. But let me say this, because a lot of people been using that word want. In the Holy Quran, the Moorish Science Temple of America, it teaches. It say good is thy power, so just do good. It say the want of good is evil. A lot of us want to do right. Allow us, feel the need for us to lead, and let us lead.
Okay, bro. 281. Come on, 281.
All right. Let's listen to what everybody said, and I agree with 206, and I actually agree with a couple of things.
I'm asking about you, brother. You agree with them or not? I'm asking you. What is it?
No doubt. No, I know. Well, trust and honesty. You know, what can you bring to the table other than yourself? You know, I know what I can bring, but what can you bring? You see, and if we're at a nightclub somewhere and you don't bring anything to the table, I'm gonna look at you just like you some meat, you know, like you just another woman out there coming to do the same thing I'm coming to do. Either I'm coming to meet somebody of quality, or I'm gonna have some fun.
Okay, 609, Eric Coast. I think that's a woman. No, 4700. 4700.
Well, Martin, I'm gonna say the lack of wanting to build. A lot of these women, they're a little headstrong and they feel you got that I can do it and I don't need a man attitude, and it's just a lack to want to build. And you know, and I can understand the point of view. I mean, it's the lack of wanting to be led, but you got to understand that a lot of with what they got on the table, you know, it's kind of risky being led because, you know, but just the lack of wanting to be not say so much led, but just investing in each other, you know, and that's pretty much about it, man. Because you look at the other society, other races, Martin, you for one. You know, when we see other races out doing what we do, it's usually women and the man. And when it comes to our women, they ain't willing to do that. They're not willing to, you know, meet with the man and go out there and pretty much get it together and build together. You know, build together as one. So that's pretty much. I'm pretty much.
Okay, thank you, brother. B Red 214. What is it that you don't like about women?
Ooh, man, that mouth, man. That disrespectful mouth. Feed me, fuck me, and shut up. Can you do that? And let me do what I do. Because if I got to fight the whole world and come home and fight with you about nothing, oh, God. Lord. That mouth, man. They don't know when to be quiet. Just sit back and just be cool. There's a time for you to speak your piece, but you know they have a problem speaking their piece the right way through somebody that's bigger, stronger, and have to put up and endure more. That's simply it for me.
Okay.
You don't have to be all that other mess, but please, I don't want to hear your nonsense.
Okay. All right.
And I'd like to make a comment after we finish this.
Go ahead and make the comment because I'm going to close it out. Go ahead and make the comment.
For this particular individual that's been speaking at 32, for what you're looking for, try to find you somebody around 42 to 45. Find somebody that's kind of established, that's been there, done that, kind of got their stuff together, and try to fit in and deal with that person instead of somebody your age. Because listening to you talk, your maturity level is above that of most 32-year-old men. You've been dealing with boys. And when you really meet a man, you're gonna know it. Your spirit is gonna be humble in his presence. He ain't gonna have to flash nothing. His presence will calm all of your anxiety. Try a little bit older.
All right.
That's all I got to say.
All right, young lady. I'm gonna give you the last say so, and I'm gonna end it with you. 11:48.
I'm listening and I'm really taking that in because I think that like everyone's opinion is valued, like beyond measure, it's valued, right? And I also feel as though, you know, just off of some of the comments, that it's necessary for us to have these conversations and it's necessary for us to listen. I think that I appreciate what's being said, right? Because it teaches me a whole lot about myself and what I can do better. I really want to say that I'm growing. It's a lot above me and it's a lot that I'm above, but it's so much that I have to learn. And I appreciate you guys for giving me your wisdom because I don't want to repeat the same things that other generations have done. So I want to say that I just hear you. I'm really taking it in. I'm always just going to be here to listen more than I kind of like speak. But at the same time, I do want us to continue having hard conversations, right? Because I think that's where we learn, that's where we grow, that's where we build. And I'm choosing a Black man every day. I'm going to choose him, right? In the good, the bad, the ugly. I'm going to keep choosing. I'm going to keep choosing to like respect and honor and have hope for us. So if that means me being quiet and me listening, I'm going to do that. But I also want for all of us to say, man, what can I do to create a healing place too? You know, be safe spaces for each other, right? But at the same time, like push a different narrative. It's got to be something different. I do believe that God made the Black man for the Black woman. So I'm meant to need you. I don't care what nobody else say. I need a Black man. I want one. I need one. They're necessary. You know, I need you. So continue to talk to us. Continue to be patient with us. Continue to love on us because it's needed. So I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to end with that right there. I appreciate you. People, this has been a wonderful show, even though we jumped off the subject, but that's okay. We had enough of the crack area, talked about it, then we just went on to relationships. And it's cool. It's okay. I'm cool with it. And I think we've been on here 4 hours for my Facebook people. I think they cut you guys off or something. I don't know, Facebook been doing. I get too deep, Facebook just cuts me off, period. So I don't know what's that all about. But again, thank you all the men on the panel, all the ladies, especially the one that called in. Thank you too. You already know what it is. This is live, uncut, unedited. Tell the truth and shame the devil. I love being Black. All right, people. Peace out. Peace out.